paręnaście kilogramów, ale że to...
No poprawne.
Ale myślę, a pierwszy raz, to może jest przyczyna tego, że tak, że zaczął przybierać, bo mi nie wolno było pół roku jeździć na rowerze.
Teraz już masz wiele.
You are also from
ale ci na długo, jestem zdecydowany przejść na emeryturę. Tak, chyba tak. Jakoś.
Nie, wcale cię nie dziwię.
Kompletnie zrażony jestem. Znaczy, wiesz, no, te punkty dla was nie stanowią problemu. Natomiast dla mnie stanowią pewien problem, bo ja ten mój model, wiesz, taki polityczno-historyczny
To nie prędko, ministerstwo nie prędko się zmieni.
nic nie robili.
Tylko gorsze.
Tak, jeden dwa słowa i już od razu dajemy głos panu profesorowi.
When I got used to time zone in the Philippines, I had to understand. I'm very
lady chief was skeptical since over about the membership of the Bureau of Prime Minister.
szwedzka firma. On z tego sobie swoim samochodzikiem zaskoczył mnie i on miał dzisiaj tak zaskoczył, że ja to wcześniej, ale powiedzmy moim danym, wczoraj albo dzisiaj to jest informację, że będzie. No ale się zacznijmy w 15 minutowym So please take your seats. We'll start.
Let's start. Monika, chyba by to trzeba przywołać.
Na chwilę będziesz wpuszczony, ale jak chcesz, to możesz, możesz usiąść tu też. Będziesz bliżej.
Zarówno. Porządne aparaty.
No, tak.
Jak już telefonem.
Tak. Zdjęcia tutaj. Specjaliści poruszonych i tak dalej. Porozmawiamy jeszcze spokojnie.
Zgłoszenie.
Czerwca czy?
Czerwca.
Ojej.
Ale nie, chodź. A to powiem o co chodzi. Spokojnie.
Studenci wysłali, że nie, że zdjęcie, że ogląda gdzieś na... Że relacja już jest, że ogląda ktoś w domu. Online, bo jesteśmy na YouTubie i oczywiście ta relacja... Nie, o 9:30 po prostu zaczęli. To co, że... O, jest profesor. To może kończcie panowie, tak?
Ja może sobie tutaj na moment na profesora poproszę.
Dear conference speakers, please take your seat. We will start. Would like to start our conference. Official opening of the conference, Russian Imperialism, Memory and History. Now, please welcome Professor Stefan Bielański, who will address to us. Professor Stefan Bielański, Vice Director for Science, and will read the letter, welcoming letter from the authorities of the National Education Commission University. Professor, the floor is yours.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the direction of the Institute of Journalism and International Relations at the University of National Education in Krakow, I would like to warmly welcome all participants of the International Conference, Russian Imperialism, Memory and History. I would like to convey the words of welcome sent to me by His Magnificence Rector, Professor Piotr Borek. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be able to participate, albeit in a symbolic way, in the opening of the conference Russian Imperialism, Memory and History. Although my duties prevent me from being present in person, I would like to express my appreciation for the initiative to organize this important event. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the conference organizers for the taking up such a topical and challenging subject. I am convinced that the meeting will provide a space for in-depth reflection, exchange of ideas, and scientific dialogue, which is the foundation of our university. I would like to thank all participants for their presence, commitment, and willingness to address difficult but extremely important questions. I wish you fruitful deliberations and inspiring discussions. Rector, Professor Piotr Borek. Thank you. Professor Jan Ritter, yes?
And now I am pleased to welcome our next speaker, Professor Jan Riddle, the head of Department of Memory Policy, and for years the head of the research project History as an Instrument of the Contemporary International Conflicts.
Oh, thank you very much. Dear Professor Bielański, dear Professor Nowak, dear Professor Trebst, ladies and gentlemen. In 2004, as a counselor of the Polish embassy in Berlin, I participated in a working meeting of diplomats and Berlin authorities devoted to the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the end of the World War II, planned for the following year. During the discussion, I explained to the participants how complicated the attitude of Poles towards this event is, this anniversary is. I said that the sacrifice of 500,000 Soviet soldiers who died on Polish soil in 1944 and 45 is worthy of respect and remembrance. That, however, the occupation of Poland by the Soviets did not bring Poland freedom, but only another form of foreign rule that slowed down and deformed the development of Poland for decades. And that in May 1945, brutal NKVD repressions were taking place in Poland against members of the Polish resistance movement loyal to the legal government of the Republic of Poland based in London. And at the same time in Moscow, the trial of 16 leaders of the Polish underground state was taking place. I also said that in connection with all these, the end of the war is remembered in Poland, but it is not celebrated. I mention this brief speech of mine because about 3 weeks later, the troubled Polish ambassador invited me to his office and informed me that a diplomatic note from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs had reached the headquarters of Polish ministry in Warsaw, complaining about a certain Jan Rydel, who had said such ugly things about the role of the Soviet Union and the end of the Second World War. This matter had no consequences for me, but it made me realize how great is the attachment of Russian policy to a specific version of the past. How much energy it is willing to spend to prevent even the slightest scratch to the image of the magnificent Soviet army bringing liberation and freedom to the nations of Europe. If I may once again refer to personal memories. Since childhood, and that was in the 60s and early 70s, I grew up in a rather average, modest Krakow intelligentsia family. Since that time, I knew that Russia was Poland's enemy, that it had been for a long time the main cause of my homeland's misfortunes, and that the representatives and servants of the Russian state, white, red, or black, were dangerous and evil people. I really don't know how this conviction reached me, because there was no planned anti-Russian indoctrination in our family. I probably learned a lot while listening from time to time to Radio Free Europe, a bit from family stories, perhaps from the Polish romantic poetry. Oh, and one thing stuck in my mind. An elderly woman from a village near Krakow who took care of us when our parents were away loved to sing, and we often heard her singing. First Polish. Kto powiedział, że Moskale to są bracia nas Lechitów, temu pierwszy w łeb wypalę pod kościołem karmelitów. The correct translation, whoever said that the Moscovites are brothers of us Lechits, I'll be the first to shoot him in the head in front of Carmelite Church. This is a famous Polish childish rhyme and kind of limerick devoid of logic and sense, but it sticks in my memory deeply, probably not only mine. Well, but enough of these private memories. The aim of our conference this year is, unlike before, not history as an instrument used in various parts of the world, but history as an instrument of the imperial policy of one country, Russia. This is the most obvious choice in the light of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, in the justification of which alleged false historical arguments play a major role. At the same time, we are very interested in how our nations confronted with Russian imperialism use history and or memory as a shield against the penetration of Russian imperial ideology. Before we discuss the use and misuse of history by contemporary Russia, we want to draw attention to the history of Russian imperialism as such. We will do this thanks to the generous support of our conference from the most prominent Polish expert on the history of Russia and Ukraine, Professor Andrzej Nowak, who is also our keynote speaker today, and his team. They are currently undertaking a major research project dedicated even to Muscovite imperialism. Professor Nowak, thank you very much. I'm extremely pleased to welcome our old friends, participants of previous conferences of our series. Special greetings go to Professor Stefan Tröbst, who has been providing us with invaluable intellectual and organizational support from the very beginning of our conference series, which we greatly appreciate. I also warmly welcome the colleagues who have joined us for the first time, of course. I would also like to express my gratitude to the authorities of our university who supported us financially and organizationally. At the end of my brief speech, I would like to wish us all engaging discussions and pleasant days in Krakow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and now is the time for our opening lecture, which will be delivered by Professor Andrzej Nowak, Jagiellonian University. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm sorry that I intend to start my presentation sitting, but I have to operate a short presentation that will illustrate the journey to which I invite you cordially as a kind of light introduction into the serious problematics of this conference. First, I would like to thank the organizers, the Pedagogical University, and all those who simply began this very impressive series of conferences. That particular conference is only the continuation of this magnificent series. And I am also deeply thankful for all the participants of this panel, which will begin just after my short speech. as I treat them, that is you, as my extremely precious colleagues and valuable participants in the project that was just mentioned by Professor Jan Rydel, project of the comparative history of Russian imperialisms that is realized in the Polish Academy of Sciences throughout the last 3 years. But here I want to present you a kind of introduction into the problematics of our conference through the prism of, I would say, a journey that is 90 kilometers long in space and 14,000 years long in times of chronology. That is not a mistake. You will see what I have in mind soon. But we concentrate on Crimea, as Crimea concentrates not only contemporary political issues, but exactly the subject of our conference, that is interrelation between memory, myths created to form contemporary memories, political memories, and political agenda of imperialism. But my first observation that actually somehow mobilized myself to present this particular presentation is that in the main current of contemporary studies of Russia, Russian history, especially in the so-called West, still predominates one narrative, which could be illustrated by the recent history of Russia's empires by Valery Kivelson and Ronald Grigor Suny, or even newer synthesis by a group of authors from Ab Imperio group, very energetic and very brilliant group of scholars. These two examples I give to present this main thesis, which is that contemporary Russia, Russia of Vladimir Putin, realizes only a nationalist policy and nothing else. It has nothing to do with imperialism. Imperialism is only a kind of bad memory stereotype stemming from these traumatized neighbors of Russia. But Russia has no, contemporary Russia, no imperialist ideologies nor imperialist policies, only realizes a kind of national nation-state type of expansionism, as Valery Kivelson and Ronald Grigor Suny used this wonderful formula, defensive expansion. So Russia realizes only a national defensive expansion. So I want to show you my perspective on imperialism embedded in a root, which shows also how this restricted, concentrated only on national perspective of Russian goals, Putin's goals in contemporary policy, could be misleading. So usually we start from the project of Novorossiya and arguments used by Vladimir Putin to show that Russia wants only, as it is stated by many, not only scholars but also politicians in the West, to retrieve what belonged to its national body as it was created in the 18th century through the conquest of Crimea. My journey that will try to persuade you to see it in a slightly different way starts in Sevastopol, or rather in Chersonesos, which is at the outskirts of Sevastopol, and goes 40 or 48 kilometers further east or southeast to this place very close to Foros. Foros was the last residence of Mikhail Gorbachev, but we will not stay in Foros for a long time. We will go 2 kilometers to the east of Foros, where is Mszatka, the place where Nicholas Danilewski formed his important idea of civilizational confrontation between Russian world and Western world. And then we will go for the final stop in Yalta and Livadia. Why Yalta is important, you can imagine, but I will try to add something extra to this, I would say, normal connection with Yalta Conference 1945. So let us start with exactly this typical, so to speak, or typically presented justification or rationalization presented by Putin to simply somehow make his aggression against Ukraine understandable in terms of old national politics of the Russian Empire, however paradoxically it sounds. It is, of course, so-called Novorossiya project aiming to retrieve what Russia gained, as I mentioned before, throughout the late 18th century. Vladimir Putin not only spoke about that, but decided to start his journey on bike and with tanks in 2014. This is his journey right after occupying Crimea. But before I will try to reflect upon the most important statements of Vladimir Putin made on the occasion of occupying Crimea, I want to remind you that just after 2 years after Crimea was taken by Putin's green, little green people, so to speak, Putin decided to produce and unveil a huge monument right at the Kremlin wall, monument to Vladimir the Great, or Vladimir Saint the Great. 17 meters high monument symbolizes two aspects. One of them is very quickly understood, that this suggests that Vladimir is ours, the prince that was baptized and with that baptized the original Kievan Rus is not, one can say, a historical prince belonging to historical studies, nor it belongs to territorial successors of Kievan Rus, that is to contemporary Ukraine and Kiev, where, by the way, monument of Vladimir the Great exists, and a very impressive one, for more than 160 years now. But Vladimir belongs to Moscow. Vladimir symbolizes unity of Kievan Rus lands that is now a unity of Russian lands. So this typical and quickly understood project of a Russian world in the most restricted understanding of that term, meaning all three Eastern Slavic nations form one great nation that is and should be concentrated under the banner of Russia and under the guidance of Vladimir Putin. Simply the project that could be called national, if one believes in that ideology, that Ukraine and Belarus do not have right to form any separate nations, and that there exists only this one great triunite Eastern Slavic Russian nation, great Russian nation. But I want to stress another aspect of that monument and of that ideology that is somehow symbolically stressed by that monument. This is religious aspect. This huge cross symbolizes not only unity of Eastern Slavic lands stemming from Vladimir the Great baptism, but it symbolizes Eastern Orthodoxy, or a kind of religious, sacred dimension of this ideology. This is a sacred war. This is not only a national war to unite Eastern Slavic nations and form one nation, but this is a sacred war under the banner of Eastern Orthodoxy. And it is even better seen from Chersonesos, our starting point of journey, where you can see the Neo-Byzantine shrine, basilica, built in the end of 19th century and rebuilt in the beginning of the 21st century, along with a huge another monument of Vladimir the Great, but this is not the one that you see. This is the monument to St. Andrew. And this is another very important symbolical point of that ideology. Chersonesos is, of course, treated by Putin's propagandists and some part of historians that follow them as a place where Vladimir baptism took place, though most of historians rather suggest that the place of Vladimir baptism was in Kiev. Nevertheless, we stay with this myth, and that's why Chersonesos is treated as a sacred place, which Vladimir Putin stressed in his speech to the Federal Assembly on December 4th, 2014, just after the annexation of Crimea. He used exactly these terms, that this is sacred, maybe I will use, this is sacred place for us, just like Jerusalem is sacred place for all Christians, all Jews, and all Muslims. So a fourth sacred capital of the world, Chersonesos. And St. Andrew symbolizes something very deeply embedded in Russian, I would say, ideological tradition, and something frequently overlooked. That is idea first presented in the primary chronicle myth that St. Andrew, the first among apostles, I would like to remind, the pierwozwanny, reached these lands, that is Slavic, or to use Putin's language, Russian lands, as the last station of his missionary route. And this is frequently used since 13th century chronicles to the 21st century as a symbol of this evangelical, I would say, wisdom, that the last would be the first, that however Christianity reached these distant lands on a missionary route of the first apostle as the last stop of his mission, nevertheless, exactly due to this paradoxical logic of Christianity, the last would be the first, the last would take the lead in the future. The same subject was the central topic, by the way, of a very original, actually first element of Eastern Slavic political thought, one can say. I mean Bishop Hilarion preaching on law and grace from the middle of 11th century, where Bishop Hilarion, the first Eastern Slavic bishop of Kiev, developed the subject that Kiev, being the younger, so to speak, brother of Constantinople, of Byzance, would finally take over Byzance, its mission, that Byzance would become at some point obsolete, old world that would be superseded by this younger, more energetic, newer, so to speak, center of dynamic Christianity. And that's how the myth of Andrew as a kind of pre-baptizer of Russia is used throughout Russian history on many occasions. We don't have time to develop that subject. I want only to remind it because it will be important in the further narrative. Here you can see in Chersonesos Tikhon Shevkunov, personal confessor, presumably, of Vladimir Putin, and a very close, I would say, religious attendant to President of Russia. Here as freshly nominated Archbishop of Simferopol and all Crimea, presenting Vladimir Putin exactly religious dimension of Chersonesos, Crimea, and the place of Russia in the world. This photography was taken in Chersones's place of building of the new museum interpreting that particular place. What Tikhon Shevkunov could have said to Vladimir Putin, I don't know exactly, I was not there, but from different speeches of Shevkunov and from different, I would say, symbolical acts of contemporary Russian administration, you can read something truly interesting, even fascinating. It is interesting that this museum from which you have seen this picture organized in 2017 an exhibition showing the spiritual and geopolitical closeness between Syria and Russia. This was the time when Russian army landed in Syria. The spiritual link is exactly St. Andrew. Christianity came to us from Syria. That's the subject developed on the exhibition in Chersones's 2017. And I was really fascinated when I met personally 3 years later, 2020, the visual symbol of this vivid ideological element in Russian political mind. This is the picture I took in Jericho, the oldest town in the world, 14,000 years old, according to the latest archaeological excavations. And the largest, the most representative street in this city, in Palestinian, Israeli occupied territories, is called Medvedev Street. It was named after Russian president, deputy, one can say, of Vladimir Putin. And on this Medvedev Street, the most impressive, the most representative building in the whole Jericho, something like 50,000 inhabitants of that city now, is exactly that building, Palace of Russian President, which is there to host Russian president when he comes back to the Holy Land, to simply present himself as the political leader of the spiritual center of the world. The presidential palace in Jericho is at the same time the place of Russian imperial Orthodox Palestinian society, which is led by the former FSB chief, successor of Vladimir Putin, Sergei Stepashin. This old institution established just after Crimean War in late 50s, 19th century, was revived under Vladimir Putin to be very active, symbolically important, but also politically important center. Maybe you have not noticed that particular coincidence, but exactly at the day one of the Russian aggression, I mean open aggression, on Kiev in February 2022, Sergei Stepashin visited Pope Francis and was hosted by Pope Francis exactly in this role of the head of Russian Imperial Palestinian Orthodox Society, simply to persuade Pope Francis, and he seemed to be quite successful in that Russia is right and the West is wrong. So that shows that this is not only symbolical importance, but this is still a political tool used by a Russian, Russian state. But here you can see a very abrupt change. What Vladimir Lenin represents here right after Jericho, Eastern Orthodox, I would say, connections, religious or sacred interpretations of Russian mission in this world. I would like to remind you that, however, Vladimir Putin was treated very badly by Vladimir Lenin was treated very badly by Vladimir Putin from the very beginning of Vladimir Putin's rule as president of Russia. Simply, Putin on many occasions mentioned that Lenin is responsible for the preparation of the final destruction of the Russian imperial state through formulating the idea of Soviet Union with separate republics and their different borders and so on and so forth. However, I want to somehow remind you that throughout the last 3 years, that narrative has changed in Putin himself speeches. In the last 3 years, Putin somehow reinvented the importance of Lenin as the creator of a very useful and very successful ideology of universal meaning of Russia. And this is one of posters, of course, of early Soviet, early Bolshevik era, in which Lenin simply makes room in the whole globe for freedom, eliminating the enemies of that world freedom. You will see the next picture. Sorry, where is it? Yes. The next poster from the same series of early 1920s, in which Russia presents all forces fighting against the world imperialism. And with that, I want to concentrate your attention for a short while on the most important single work by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. I think this is still very important work and very workable work. This is Imperialism as the latest stage of capitalism. This is French edition, very important because it was adapted in 1920. The book was first issued in 1917, but the French edition was prepared for 1920 for the Second Congress of the Third Internationale and was added with the new introduction by Lenin. And in that introduction, you can read several, I would say, important words by Lenin. I want to quote just these words. While preparing imperialism as the latest stage of capitalism, Lenin reformulated Marxism from only class conflict ideology to another, I would say, geopolitical dimension in which Russia, the least developed among the most powerful countries in the early 20th century, was to be presented as still the natural leader of revolution. It was not orthodox Marxism, but it was exactly the reinvented idea of Russia, the last being the first. Russia leading rebellion of peripheries against Western centers. Russia leading rebellion of colonies against metropolis of the centers of Western capitalism. I will quote, Russia, revolutionary Russia, of course, could and should stand at the head of the oppressed peoples of Asia and Africa against the particularly parasitic imperialism of the Western colonial powers exploiting them. Point one, imperialism means the oppression of nations in a new historical framework. Point two, the oppressions of nations, the task to rally the national movements of Asia and Africa, the colonies. These are notes made by Lenin while preparing the text of this important analysis or a prophecy while he was in Bern first and then in Zurich, where he finished his work. And in his notes taken in Bern and Zurich while preparing imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, we can read notations taken by Lenin from Nicholas Danilewski's work, Russia and Europe. This famous, I will describe him in a minute, ideologue of Russian extreme imperialism and at the same pan-Slavism and at the same time a vision of civilizational conflict in which Russian civilization should prevail over other civilizations. For Lenin, what was interesting in Danilewski, it was, I will quote, it is interesting that Danilewski wrote that for Russia it would be convenient to have France crushed in the interest of supporting conflict and hostility between France and Germany for the sake of Russia's ascendancy. This is quotation from Lenin note from Danilewski. So this is, he did not concentrate his attention on civilizational, I would say, aspect of Danilewski, but on a very, I would say, cold-blooded, real politics. How to divide the West, how to antagonize two centers of Western Europe, Germany and France. This is interesting for Lenin. Nevertheless, in its basic meaning, imperialism as the latest stage of capitalism, this Lenin's idea, and its, I would say, political incarnations, Third Internationale, and especially a parallel Congress of Oppressed Nations convened in Baku in November 1920. That was a kind of political incarnation of the ideas of Lenin, in which Russia should lead a kind of rebellion of the rest against the West. This is exactly what was retaken and promoted by Zahar Prilepin, the most prolific and extremely talented, I must say, and extremely dangerous writer in contemporary Russia, and a volunteer in all fights against Ukraine, previously against Chechnya. In his latest book, Koordinata, published just 1.5 years ago, he presents, unlike in his previous books, and unlike, I would say, majority of, I would say, Russian public opinion supporting Putin, not Stalin. In 2010, Prilepin wrote a famous, or rather unfamous, letter to Comrade Stalin, in which he thanked Stalin as the savior of Russia and the only father of survival of Russia in the 20th and 21st century. Now, Prilepin says, no, for now our ideologue for Putin's Russia should be Lenin. Lenin exactly in that picture taken from that book. Lenin as a benevolent liberator of oppressed nations, of oppressed races and oppressed colonized, former colonized peoples from the global south, as we call it now. Previously it was called the Third World. And here you can see political incarnation of this idea. BRICS, of course, is exactly the idea which uses in Russian interpretation. I'm not saying that this is interpretation shared by Narendra Modi or Xi Jinping or whoever else joins the BRICS. But for the Russian public, it is exactly that idea that is used. We lead, or at least we take initiative in organizing an institutional framework to counter the West, to win the everlasting war against Western, that is predominantly American, imperialism. And with that note, we reach finally our second destination, that is a place known now as Sanatornoye, which is 2 kilometers to the east from Foros, already mentioned place of Gorbachev Villa. And this is Nikolai Danilewski Villa in that place that was in times of Danilewski known as Mszatka. The original owner of the first villa on the southern seashore of Crimea, that now and throughout the last 108 years became the most exclusive, I would say, Riviera for Russian imperial elites. Its career, I mean the southern seashore, Южное побережье, career in that respect was started exactly in this place, with the home of granddaughter of Feld Marshal Suvorov. She was the first owner of that particular place. And from there, other palaces, much more, I would say, developed, much more ornamented and luxurious, started to be built along the southern seashore. But that particular territory of roughly 108 hectares was bought in 1866 by Nikolai Danilewski. Here you can see this scholar and administrator of Alexander II reforms. As it happened, I began my personal journey through Russian history exactly with Danilewski, because I wrote 45 years ago MA thesis about Danilewski, and he fascinates me from that time ever since. So Danilewski, who lived between 1822 and 1885, there is no time to develop on his biography, wrote his most important book, that is Russia and Europe, exactly in Mszatka, that is in that place he bought in 1866, just throughout his period of activity as a clerk, high-ranking clerk in Russian administration, and at the same time political philosopher, one can say, that formed in that particular book, published in 1872, but previously, 3 years before, in a series of journal articles that fascinated such people as Fyodor Dostoevsky and Leo Tolstoy. Dostoevsky was a very strict follower of Danilewski and colleague from all the times as well. So Danilewski presented in that book an original idea of pluralism of civilization. The conflict between Russia and the West, Western Europe, that was just reminded by the Crimean War, and this is starting point for Danilewski, is analyzed by him as a result not of an artificial or, let's say, not very deeply ingrained in history political conflict, but as an essential conflict based on difference of civilizations, in which the Western civilization is not the only one, and this, I would say, arrogant suggestion that there exists only one civilization and its center is somewhere between Paris, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, or London, is simply undermined by Danilewski through his idea that is now a kind of current, I would say, coin in anthropology, that there is not one civilization, but many civilizations. And Russia, representing Slavic civilization, the Western civilization is called by him Germano-Romanic cultural historical type. So this is the West. And Russia represents the only contemporary strong opponent of this Western ambition to take control over all the world and destroy all other civilizations. So Russia has to fight in the name of all other civilizations, Arabic, Chinese, Iranian, Jewish, and Russia will win, will prevail, and would achieve as the result of its victory against the West these borders. Sorry. So this is exactly the line drawn by Nicholas Danilewski in his book from 1872. As it happens, it is also the line of the Soviet Union outer empire as created by Stalin in 1945. The only difference is that East Germany was not to be included by, I would say, this vision of Danilewski, victory of Russian Slavic civilization, but it stopped, Russian Slavic civilization on Stettin, just like Churchill mentioned at the beginning of the Iron Curtain. From Stettin to Trieste, exactly these words were uttered by Danilewski in his book, from Stettin to Trieste. This is the line of our Slavic great Russian civilization. And the other difference is simply that the capital of that re-established great civilization should be Constantinople, Tsargrad, which is not included by Stalin in his realized project. So this reminds us another important, I would say, internal tension within the Russian imperial project, and I would say in any imperial project. Essentially, all empires aspire to universality, to universalism. Empire should be essentially ideologically only one, Holy Empire, covering all the world. But as it happens, none of the empires achieved that status of being the one empire of the world. So as a result, there is a second, I would say, more, so to speak, realistic option of interpreting empire as a system of great powers dividing between themselves the world along the lines of zones of influences. The logic of inter-imperial zones of domination or zones of influences. Something which I want to stress is completely not in the vein of nationalistic politics, because nations do not need zones of influences, zones of domination outside of its boundaries. Empires do need such zones of influences. And this is exactly that second, I would say, so-called realistic or balance of power or concert of empires logic that forms a second possible interpretation of this great or grandiose project of Danilevsky, of Russian Holy Slavic civilization mission in the world. And in the last pages of this almost 500 long work of Danilevsky, there is this, I would say, uncertainty open, whether he aims into a kind of interim peace with the West after the West was beaten in this endgame battle with the Russian Slavic civilization, or he aims only at the stopgap before the final destination of the Russian Slavic Empire, which is to form the only universal, only perfect civilization. And this is always, I would say, in imperial ideologies, this logic present. One of the examples of that logic of dividing zones of influences, and probably the one most famous or most infamous, is of course Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which is reminded here. But what is forgotten frequently, is the fact that this idea was not formed only in 1949. It begins in the 20th century history from 1919. And this gentleman, Viktor Leonovich Kopp, who was born in Yalta, the first diplomatic representative of the Bolshevik Russia, not yet Soviet Union, in 1919-1920 in Berlin. He represented their Soviet or Bolshevik Russia interests, looking for contacts not only and not predominantly with communist or left-wing parties, but first and foremost with, I would say, all revisionist, that is majority of parties in post-Versailles Germany. How to find a partner not in, I would say, ideologically close organizations like Spartacus or then communist parties in Germany, but exactly among bourgeois, nationalistic, revanchist aimed, I would say, elements of the German political scene of 1919-1920. This was his goal, and I'm only mentioning him, as I just began my own, I would say, research project that concentrates on Viktor Kopp correspondence with Commissar of Foreign Relations, Chicherin, And with Lenin, throughout 1919, 1920, as it happened, I managed to take many photographies from Lenin's archive many years ago, and I realized quite stunned with that fact that throughout the past 15 years, nobody developed that particular source material, so that makes my project viable to write a longer article based on these sources, opening a really fascinating logic of imperial deal between Soviet Moscow, Bolshevik Moscow, and revanchist, revisionist Germany. This is a very detailed and very fascinating story that ends with these words of Vladimir Lenin, uttered to Gilles Humbert Droz, Swiss representative in the Third Internationale, in September 1920, just after defeat of Lenin's frontal attack on Europe, that is defeat at the Warsaw Battle in 1920. Lenin said, "Germany is our natural ally, as its bitterness because of the defeat it has sustained is impelling it to incite unrest and demolish the current order in the hope of breaking the iron chains with which Versailles has fettered it. They are longing for revenge, and we for revolution. For the time being, we share the same interest. But the day we want to see what will rise up on the ruins of the old Europe, a new German hegemony or a communist European Union. That will be the day when those interests will part company and go their separate ways." And this is exactly September 1920, what was realized 19 years later to 21 years later, from the sharing zones of interest in order to destroy old Europe to the frontal conflict between two partners of that conflict. So with that, we reach the final destination, Livadia Palace, and this is the train which Stalin used to reach Livadia from Moscow. It stations in Gori now, in Stalin's museum. And this is Livadia Palace when Yalta conference took place. Yalta that developed exactly the same logic, undermined exactly with this tension. Now we divide Europe. This is ours, this is yours. Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, and so on and so forth are ours. The rest is yours. With Germany, we will decide later. Actually, the German issue was not solved, as we know, in Yalta. But the logic of dividing zones between Russian, Soviet, geopolitical zone or civilization, if you will, and the Western one was symbolized exactly by Yalta deal. But at the same time, for Stalin, as we know from his other speeches and private utterings between 1945 and 1953, treated Yalta, of course, only as a stopgap on the way to final victory, to final elimination of its interim partners, that is the United Kingdom and the United States, the elimination of them from Europe. And with that, we come back, we are coming to the end of my too long speech, sorry, to the initial utterance of Stalin, presenting his vision of Soviet ideology, strictly connected with Russian geopolitics. That place of Stalin's debut in geopolitics was Vladikavkaz, October 1920. Stalin was just beaten at Lvov as a commissar of South Western Front, and was moved as a member of Politburo, 5 people at that time, Politburo, to prepare the final stage of the conquest of the Caucasus. Georgia was still independent at that particular moment. but Armenia and Azerbaijan were already conquered in May 1920. And in Vladikavkaz, in the end of October 1920, Stalin issued his very important speech. In that speech, he stated that we can survive our temporary defeats and we will win the cause of revolution, this universal cause of conquering the world for revolution, because of two different sets of our assets. One group of them is objective. Russia is a great country, unlike Hungary, who was, however, shortly a communist country, was conquered because it is small, easy to conquer. We are great, and this is number one basis of our universal success as a missionary state. The second is that we have all possible minerals that not only sustain our efforts, but are needed badly by everybody else that would back us for these minerals. But the second group of assets that we have and we should develop are assets stemming from our will to organize them. Number one is Red Army. We have to have the strongest army. The second one is unrest, revolutionary unrest, and possible divides within the enemy camps, that is in the West. We should help any divide in the West and to help any revolutionary unrest movement in the West. But the third and probably the most important element that we should use is the rebellion of colonized states, Asiatic and African states, against the imperial center in the West. And he repeated that particular interpretation of the new, I would say, hope for Soviet Russia, new ideology, cum geopolitics for Soviet Russia, a few days later in his even more, I would say, symbolic and more pathetic speech in Baku, in which he presented himself, stylized himself as a new Luther. He alluded to Luther speaking that here I stand on the border of two worlds, the Western and the Eastern, and I declare the final victory of the East over the West. So this was really stunning word, somehow summing up all these ideologies that are present in this journey I try to show you, and present also in contemporary ideologies used by Putin. And in the end, I want only to show a man who is not connected with Crimea, but whom I consider the most important single ideologue of post-1991 Russia, that is Alexander Panarin. Unlike slightly overestimated Alexander Dugin, Alexander Panarin, who died in 2003, philosopher and professor of philosophy in Moscow University, in a series of something like 15 books he produced between 1991 and 2003, he used all these ideologies that I enumerated here, all of them, as possibilities for Russia. That's why I am simply mentioning him, and especially his very important book, Revenge of History, a kind of revenge on Samuel Huntington, answer to Samuel Huntington, and to concept of the clash of civilization. He takes the same framework of Danilevsky and Huntington, but of course sees that framework from Danilevsky perspective. But he also counters the logic of Francis Fukuyama concept of the end of history, suggesting that history simply will have to be continued. And this is how we can symbolize or visualize this continuation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor J. Nowak, for this wonderful lecture. I would like to announce a 5-minute coffee break, which will be an opportunity, I think, to discuss this lecture. And first panel will start 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much for time discipline.
panel entitled The Historical Evolution of the Russian and Soviet Empires and the Development of Russian Imperial Ideologies. My name is Stefan Tröbst, and we changed functions with Professor Novak, so I will chair the morning panel, he will chair the afternoon panel. Our first speaker is Professor Endre Shashhalmi. He is a historian and teaches at the University of Pécs in southern Hungary, focusing on early modern state formation and Russian Western political thought. Professor Shashhalmi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and also I would like to thank the organizers for including me into this very interesting conference. So since the time limit is very tight, my presentation will be somewhere between free speech and building, and I'll try to be as didactic as possible. So what you can see here on the first slide, these two images mark more or less the chronological limits of my paper. One of the images is, of course, well known, is the monomark cap, with which Ivan IV was crowned in 1547. And the other one is an English caricature issued a little bit later when my paper will end, that is in 1784. So it is a caricature from the year of the Ochakov crisis and expressing the British fears concerning Russia's alleged attempt to take Constantinople. That is the imperial slide, so to say, and of course Catherine the Great is caricatured on that image. So moving to the subject itself, I begin with two quotations, one from a historian, Geoffrey Hosking, of course a classic on the history of the Russian Empire, and the other one is from the early 20th century, an official Russian source. And what we have here in the first statement implicitly, and in the second statement much more explicitly, is the identification of the Russian Empire and the Russian state, Rossiyskaya imperia and Rossiyskoye государство, a notion, and I'm going to argue, which goes back to the time of Peter the Great. And my paper aims to unravel the relationship between the phenomena of the Russian state and the Russian Empire, which, however, can only be understood properly after a conceptual clarification has been made and their historical evolution is contextualized both in terms of ideas and practice. Before going further, however, we have to make a very short semantic detour, which is, of course, well known to all those who know Russian, because in Russian there are two adjectives, the Ruski and the rosyjski, which cannot be translated just with one word, Russian, into English, and then, as I suppose, into many other languages, like Hungarian included. However, the semantic of the two words is different, whereas Ruski refers to the people, language, and culture, rosyjski refers to the political entity, the state, and the empire. And as Geoffrey Hosking has put it, there are two kinds of Russianness. Concerning the methodological introduction, I mean the aspects of the empire in the context of Russian history, I here gave a list which I'm not going to read out, of course, but as the presentation unfolds, I'm going to touch upon all these issues, although unevenly, and I'm going to concentrate on mostly on the last two points, the ideology of empire, giving some kind of excursion into its manifold manifestation, which was called Scenarios of Power by Richard Boatman, and of course concentrate on the relationship between the Russian state and the Russian empire. So according to the schedule, moving to terminology, of course, both Tsarstvo and Imperia can be translated into English as an empire. However, they have different connotations, had and have different connotations in Russian. Because Tsarstvo has a highly religious overtone, whereas the other word Imperia lacks this religious overtone. Nevertheless, it indicated a cultural reorientation from 1721, officially when Peter the Great took the title All-Russian Emperor. And as for the word Russia, that is Rossiya, with the spelling was standardized only in the first decades of the 18th century, although it was widely in use from the 16th century onwards. So when Ivan IV took the title Tsar in 1547, the polity became the Russian Tsardom, and as I mentioned in 1721, the polity became Rossiyskaya Imperia, but mostly in historical sources referred in a shorter term as Rossiyskaya Imperia. And the other image you can see here is the westernized so-called imperial crown, which was made for Peter the Great. However, with this crown, he was never inaugurated. Concerning the chronology of my paper, I think the mid-16th century is a good starting point for two reasons. One is the name for the polity, as I've just touched upon this issue. The other one is the beginnings of the practical empire with the conquest of the Khanate of Kazan, which was followed by the conquest of the Khanate of Astrakhan in 1556. Then from 1581 onwards, of course, it was followed by the Russian penetration into Siberia. And as a result, Russia became a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional polity with West territories paralleled only by the overseas Western maritime empires. And here, of course, I'm not going to read it either. It is a definition for an empire as a category of academic analysis, to borrow the words of Ricardo Vulpius. As for the end of my paper, 1784, it is, I think, is important, and it to some extent is connected to Professor Novak's paper. So after the annexation of the Crimea in 1783, Catherine II, a year later, took a previously non-existent title, Tsarina of Tauric Chersonese, which was inspired by the Hellenic name Taurica for the Crimean Peninsula. And of course, it was very closely connected to her well-known Greek project, which was fully developed by 1782. And even before that, it is attested by the baptism of her grandson as Constantine. As for the evolution of the empire and its ideology, I am going to concentrate only on some landmark and some recent approaches. And a good starting point, a recent starting point, is a book chapter written by Dominic Lieven. And I try to mark the most important points of his ideas by giving them in italics and in different colors. So he says that by 1500, the Muscovite realm was a consolidated nation in embryo. He emphasized that as for the ethnicity, it was Great Russian. And of course, the overwhelming majority of the population was Orthodox in religion. Nevertheless, he mentioned that after the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453, some symbolic steps were taken towards becoming an empire, and this was none other than the use of the title Tsar. In this argument, of course, he was right, because just a few years after the fall of Constantinople, it was the Muscovite Church which came to use the word Tsar for the Muscovite ruler. A title previously had been reserved only for the Byzantine emperor and the Tatar Khans. And the use of this title became even more conscious from 1472, when Ivan III married the niece of the last Byzantine emperor, Sophia Palaiologos. Then Lieven goes on to mention the coronation and says that in the mid-16th century there followed the first step towards the acquisition of a territorial empire, and he dated it with the conquest of Kazan. Although Lieven in his text doesn't seem to have connected the two events, the 1547 coronation and the conquest of Kazan in 1552, however, it has been proved, and it was emphasized by Andreas Kappeler, that the two events were closely connected, and the conquest of Kazan was a direct consequence of the new self-image of Ivan IV, and it was closely connected to his imperial mission, and this imperial mission was legitimized through connections, through legends, which went back to Kiev, Byzantium, and even Rome. So what we have in mind, of course, the tale of the Vladimir princes, and this legend was used because links to both Romes, that is Rome and to Constantinople, were used in formulating this imperial ideology. Just very briefly about the content of the tale of the Vladimir princes in a nutshell. So it empowered the Rurikid ancestors of the Moscow princes with an imperial descent from Prus, the never-existing brother of Emperor Augustus, to which the legend of the Monomach regalia was added, which were allegedly given by Emperor Constantinos Monomachos in the middle of the 11th century to Ivan IV's distant ancestors, Vladimir Monomach. Implicit, I think, was in Levin's statement that that is, the Muscovite realm was a consolidated nation in embryo, and he's mentioning the beginning of the territorial empire. I think implicitly what we have here is the relationship between state and empire, and that is, as I mentioned, the main thesis of my paper, that state building and empire building were simultaneous processes in Russia, not only in practical terms, but also in terms of ideas. And from the very beginning, these processes were closely linked to the idea of autocratic power. Because what Russian historians very often use, the term the gathering of the Russian land, which came from 16th century Russian chronicles, by the way. So this process was not simply the gathering of territories, but gathering of power between 1462 and 1533, that is during the reign of Ivan III and Vasily III. However, we have to say that the, so to say, statist features of the Muscovite polity were very weak, even in the mid-16th century and even in the 17th century by contemporary Western markers of Western standards. I'm going to give just two examples for the time being. So one was the fact that unlike in the East and the South, unlike in the West, Russian Tsardom didn't have fixed borders, but rather frontiers, we can say. And this kind of elusiveness of the territory was reflected not only in 16th, but even in 17th century Russian maps. I mean maps which were produced within Russia. However, it's been proven in historiography that map making was a crucial process from the 16th century, both in terms of thinking about the state and both in terms of state building in Western Europe. To give an example, ever since the publication of Abraham Ortelius' World Atlas in the 1570, the practice of marking border between states with colored lines became a commonplace in European cartography. And it was even furthered by the Botanian concept of sovereignty, because these maps with colored lines, so to say, visualized the spatial territorial dimension of sovereignty. On the contrary, it's just also a small quotation from a forthcoming paper by Carol Stevens. So Russian maps of the 16th and 17th century didn't use these negotiated lines, and it was only beginning from Peter the Great that such kind of maps with this kind of manner were produced in Russia. And the first collection of maps based on scientific observation, which was the initiative of Peter during or towards the end of his reign, was produced only in 1745, and it's quite nicely can be observed that not only the borders between states, but even the internal territorial administrative division are marked by these kind of lines. So due to various factors that I can't discuss here, the idea of the state in a sense as an impersonal entity, which is not only distinct from but standing above the ruler and at the same time the being higher authority over a given territory. So in this sense, the state didn't exist in Russia until the 18th century. It was only during the time of Catherine II that the modern meaning, this meaning was attached to the word государство, which came to mean state and now, of course, means state in Russian. Nevertheless, in the 16th and 17th century, the word государство was used in various meanings simultaneously, but it didn't mean state, and you can see some examples I'm not going to read out concerning this meaning. So I think it's crucial that in the mid-16th century, when Muscovy was becoming an empire both in name and in terms of space and diversity, an identity which was based on broadly understood ethnocultural and statist notions did not exist in Russia. So by ethnocultural I mean the sense of belonging to a natio. I deliberately do not use the word nation because it would convey modern 19th or 20th century connotation. And by statist, I mean at least, if not the modern idea of the state, but the existence of such notions or concepts as the corona regni, like in Hungarian history and Polish history, this concept, which has a legal meaning and territorial implication, is also well known. However, in the mid-16th century and in the second half of the 16th century, this kind of Nazio-based and statist identity was well developed in Western Europe and in Western Christianity in general, which is attested by the female allegorical personifications of these nazios and states, such as Polonia and Britannia. I have just two examples here. I'm not going to discuss them. To some extent, the Great Britain is even more interesting because the female is placed in the geographical contours of the island, and this way also conveying the territorial aspect of the state and sovereignty as well. So it was under Peter the Great that due to the rapid westernization of Russian ideology of power and its imagery, which commenced roughly from 1700, was in progress, and this westernization and the development in the concept of Russian concept of state coincided with remaining Russia as an empire. Officially it was, as I mentioned, in 1721. However, Imperia, this title was used much earlier, and one example and the identification of empire and state, one proof of this you can see here. In 1705, an emblem book was issued in the name of Peter the Great, and here you can see the frontispiece, and in large is the top right medallion of the frontispiece, which depicts two eagles flying towards the sun, and the inscriptions are given in Latin and Russian. As you can see that the identification of государство with imperium here is quite eloquent. And what is also eloquent, that Peter is identified in the first place, or first of all, as Imperator Moskovsky, that is Muscovite emperor. Another example from the 18th century, many examples could be given, of course. The other example is from the Second Accession Manifesto of Catherine the Great, which you can see a fragment of it here. And of course, I use different colors to make the difference between, and on the other hand, the identification of state empire. And also you can see the close connection between state and empire and autocratic power as well. Let's make a very short inventory concerning the importance of Peter's reign with regard to state and empire. So one was the fusion of the ideas of state and empire, as I've just mentioned. But Ricardo Vulpius has shown that with Peter's turn came the concept of imperial superiority, as the concept of Europe at that time was associated with political and cultural superiority, as it was described very well by Professor Bassin in the 1990s. And since Europe was Christian, therefore Christianity was conceived as the means of spreading civilization. That's why the policy of civilization through religion commenced from 1700, which led to the forced proselytization among the Muslims and the animist people of Siberia, as Christianity was seen as the bearer of civilization. And the culmination of this cultural reorientation from, so to say, from the Orthodox world to Europe was the renaming of Rosyjskoje Carstwo as Rosyjskaya Imperia in 1721. The official use of the term imperia, beside aspiring to a new status, was the expression of a new self-identity by the Russian ruler to be counted among the civilized nation. However, to these other aspects were added, which have some links with Professor Novak's presentation. That is the sense of pride derived from the vastness of Russia's territories. For example, the chief ideologist of Peter the Great appraised Russia, quote, according to her power and physical extent more than for her religious piety, a quotation from the work of Harsha Ram. This theme, that is the geographical breadth as an index of Russia's might, of course, was continued under Catherine the Great. And the other important feature closely connected to that was the comparison of the Russian Empire with the ancient Roman Empire, as you can see here in that quotation. Moving to the last issue and to the conclusion, and at the same time to frame the paper. The imperial expansion in the mid-16th century in Russia started, as we have seen, with the religious mission of the Orthodox Tsar to fight Islam. But until the mid-17th century, even those Orthodox Christians who were not subject of the Tsar were seen as aliens, as the Russian worldview of the time held that Muscovy was the only community of true Orthodoxy, and vice versa. This attitude, however, changed in the mid-17th century, when Tsar Alexis accepted the idea originating from the Eastern Church hierarchs that the Tsar was to be the protector and liberator of all Orthodox Christians living under foreign rule, partly in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but above all in the Ottoman Empire. This mission marked a new departure, I think, in Russian imperial expansion in Europe, which in the long run led to the religious clauses of Orthodox Christians in the Treaty of Kuchuk-Kainarji in 1774. This mission was closely connected with what I can call the Constantine theme. This theme started as a purely religious issue with Tsar Alexis, and originating again from an Eastern hierarch, because the Patriarch of Jerusalem addressed Tsar Alexis as the new Constantine. It continued under Peter the Great and culminated in the great project of Catherine II, which, besides its religious dimension, also included Hellenic sentiments under the influence of the Enlightenment. And this was manifested, among others, not only in the Greek project of 1782, but also in the baptismal name of her grandson Constantine, and last but not least, in the adoption of the previously non-existent title at the Tsarina of Tauric Hersonese. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Szarchalmi. Our next speaker is Henryk Wembrotsky, of the Jagiellonian University. He researches Russian and Soviet policies towards national minorities and the Polish question, and accordingly, the topic of his today's presentation is the Polish question and the politics and geopolitics of the Russian Empire between Catherine II and Lenin from a global perspective. Do you want to sit or stand?
Ja mam na tym.
Tak?
Save microphone. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Only 20 minutes. Yes. Okay, myself. I'm very happy to be there among so many specialists of the topic of Russian imperialism. And I would like to present a paper about the Polish question, politics and geopolitics in the Russian Empire. In this paper, I will okay. In this paper, I will present some of the most important problems arising from the Polish question when viewed from the perspective of the Russian Empire's geopolitical goal during the long 19th century. After the partitions and dissolution of the First Polish Republic at the end of 18th century, a constant challenge for Russia became the complex web of problems resulting from the Polish political legacy. Chief among them, the resonant aspirations of Poles to maintain their identity and to regain their sovereignty. This included, firstly, the disruptive diplomatic activities of the Polish diaspora in Paris after 1831, the policy of Russian containment pursued by the great powers, a policy encouraged by the Polish diaspora, the relevance of the Polish experience at the hands of Russia for the Eastern question in Balkans, the Middle East, and the emerging great game in the Caucasus and Central Asia. And the persistent coercive threat of using the Polish card by the great powers hostile to Russian geopolitical ambitions. A threat that only faded after the defeat of France in 1871 to then revive again just before World War. The Polish question became the subject of an international game of sorts played out between Russia and its geopolitical opponents. The stakes being very high, the maintenance of the internal integrity of its own empire and the possibility of any further Russian expansion. The diplomatic and geopolitical context of Polish issue is increasingly well known among the scientific community, yet it still requires further study, in particular the secrets hidden in the once again difficult to access Russian diplomatic archives. Therefore, I will draw attention in my talk to just a few short examples and context of study in this field, to above all illustrate the relationship of imperial policy towards Polish issue and more broadly towards the empire's western periphery, and just how this all influenced the ambitious geopolitical goals of the empire. Next part, I will begin with outlining the confrontation between Russian imperialism and the Polish question in the sphere of ideas. For Russia's confrontation with the Polish question during the long 19th century had a clear ideological aspect. This emerged out of a clash between differing political and cultural traditions, differing also in their level of maturity. It was a clash rooted in Polish Republican patriotism, which was at this time one of the most developed models of modern national identity in Eastern Europe. It was a highly resilient identity whose influence could, as was rightly feared, infect other nations. The resilient Republican identity took the form of two political agendas. One that threatened the very integrity of the modern and multi-ethnic Russian Empire. The first was an appeal for freedom that was addressed to the Russians, an appeal that crucially bypassed the imperial authority of the Tsarist government. The second, perhaps even more fatal to Russian imperialism, was concept of Prometheism, of course Polish Prometheism. The idea of what would become known as Prometheism then evolved through an ongoing process of seeking out allies against the Russian Empire, including among those other nations already enslaved within Tsarist Russia. The clash with these Polish anti-imperial ideas and the resistance that engendered was later expressed in multiple further conspiracies and uprisings. It also had other consequences. The dual dangers posed by Polish patriotism were well recognized by Nicholas, as was the threat from the Decembrist uprising that occurred closer to home. The Tsar saw all of these phenomena as inspirations arising out of Western European liberalism, a kind of exported revolution or freedom plague. The response not only to the conceptual crime of the Decembrists, but also to the irredentism of Polish Jacobins, was the creation in the 1830s of the final official modern ideology of state nationalism. This was called the official nationality theory. It was an initiative that was facilitated by Holy Alliance, renewed in 1932, reforged again, now under the banner of fighting the threat of revolution, a threat in which Poles and Polish political ideals were now clearly implicated. Ultimately, Russia's defeat in Crimean War compromised the entire ideological system of Nicholas I. The post-war thaw and subsequent popularization of more liberal versions of nationalism, including Pan-Slavism, now gave a justification for reforms. However, the outbreak of a new Polish-led uprising in 1863 again made imperial nationalism a key factor in mobilizing the narrow nationalistic feelings of pure Russian. Mikhail Katkov's new ideology of conservative imperialist nationalism was born under this influence. Its slogans made reference to defending the integrity of the state, to the close cooperation of the nation, and the fatally Tsarist monarchy. Even the followers of earlier Slavophile or Pan-Slavic versions of nationalism now rallied to defend the empire. The Polish uprising was seen as an aggression by the Latin West, a clash of civilization between Western civilization and Slavic Orthodox civilization. As a result of the new clash with an redentist Poland after 1863, counter-slogans and projects now began to appear as elsewhere in the empire. Projects aimed at transferring the experiences already gathered from the earlier Russification policy, a policy already tested on Poles, a policy that would now target others, especially the Baltic Germans. It was a clear break with what had been earlier traditional imperial model. The fear of Polish irredentism transformed that traditional policy towards peripheries. Instead, we see the launching of processes now fueled by an ideology of resolute Russification and the antagonization of many ethnic groups was now from the reign of Alexander III, the rule, including populations and elites that had previously been loyal to the Russian imperial state. This conflict between the imperial center and the nations of the region, who had been previously loyal to the monarchy, created tensions that were soon exploited by the Germanic powers, I mean Germany and Austria, by the already wary of, if not openly hostile towards Russia. As a result, with the sudden outbreak of World War I, they now made their own attempt to rebuild Eastern Europe and the Caucasus along the lines of their own geopolitical project, that of Middle Europa. This process ultimately ended with revolution and the disintegration of the empire in 1917-1918. The peoples of the region then collectively renounced their obedience to the imperial headquarters, now being controlled by the new Bolshevik regime to declare the establishment of independent nation states. Now I would like to, at last, mention briefly two rather hidden aspects of the Russian Empire's response to the Polish question in the global context. Firstly, the development of modern methods of geopolitical propaganda in Russia, and secondly, the role of Polish settlers in the effective colonization and exploitation of resources in Siberia and Russian Asia. It was essential for the empire to combat the activities of Polish immigrants and the pro-Polish attitude that was present in European public opinion. This led to a modernization of both the methods and the content of pre-existing Russian propaganda. Given the situation as in 1831 and also in 1863, it became crucial for state security to mold and influence Western public opinion, especially the weaken any pressure public opinion could bring to bear on the Western governments. The immediate aim was to erode the support in European public opinion for the Polish insurgents. Pre-existing propaganda efforts were now refined and customized to suit the various categories of readers, both in terms of nationality, religion, and class. Ultimately, the Russian-sponsored Polish propaganda thesis they came to the fore back in the 1860s was the following. Firstly, that the Polish uprising and the nation's revolutionary tendencies were in fact a rebellion of Polish nobility. A rebellion directed against the imminent emancipation of their enslaved peasant by a benevolent Tsar. A theory that still has echoes even today in historical studies of Poland's dark, feudal, imperialistic past. We can see one of examples. This is one of the first ethnographical map prepared by the officers of Ministry of War under command, under rule of Minister Dmitry Miliutin. It was argument against Polish aspiration to the Western land. And now the second hidden aspect, I mean the significance of Poland in Russian colonialism and global expansion. By this, I mean the internal colonization and the global expansion of Russia. As of 1864, the historical Polish lands under the rule of the Tsars became a source of human resources, not just in the terms of internal political needs, but also with regard to the global grand strategy of the Russian Empire. I'm not discussing here the problem known to Polish historians of the conscription of Polish recruits into the Tsarist army, hundreds of thousands of young men, few of whom returned home. A prime example here is the renewed colonization policy, both in the Siberia and Russian Eurasia, at the turn of the 19th and 20th century. As a result of modernization processes then underway within the empire, in particular the construction of Trans-Siberian Railway. In the 1890s, a new phenomenon appeared, that of voluntary migration beyond the Urals, the choice of people attracted by the prospect of free land. This process was accompanied by a systematic and intentional dispersion of the numerous Polish settlers. The destructive elements that came to the fore in 1805 on the western peripheries were now to be somehow relocated and incorporated into the then ongoing process of modernization and expansion of the state. Resource for the development of huge virgin areas of Russian Asia. Dominic Lieven, in his famous book that analyzed Russia's road towards a world war entitled Towards the Flame Empire War and the End of Tsarist Russia, pointed out that the onset of 20th century brought about a renewed race for a leading position in the world system among global powers. In order to effectively participate in this race, the land-based agricultural empire of Russia had to try to activate or tap the dormant potential then residing in its vast territories resulting from centuries of Eurasian expansion. Professor Lieven indicated, just like Sir Halford Mackinder, 120 years ago, 20 years before him, that the future of the world would no longer belong to sea-based powers, but to land-based powers, especially to those land-based powers that manage to open up their interior to exploitation and thus release the resources hidden there. Russia could also share in such a future, mastering in hospitable heartland and conducting an ever wider centrifugal expansion towards the oceans and seas surrounding Eurasia. Russian geopoliticians were also aware of these processes. However, they represented a counterpoint to the global interest of the British and German Empire. On the other hand, this organized outflow to the Asian East of the indigenous population from the western peripheries of the Russian Empire. These western provinces were, from the perspective of St. Petersburg, those most at risk of destabilization, especially true of the former Polish land. For example, forced migration from the industrial region of Zagłębie Dąbrowskie allowed the tensions unveiled there in 1905 to be relieved. It also facilitated the processes of Russification in the borderlands. Let us add that only a few decades later, the Bolsheviks would also refer to similar proven methods to mobilizing human resources in the USSR, but used a terrible but used a terrible totalitarian system to do so. The ultimate goal was always the same: exploitation of the resources of the far north and Siberia as a part of policed colonization to amass the economic potential required for global imperial expansion. If I can have a few minutes more, I would like to show a very interesting case of sale of Alaska. I know I have to finish. I would like just to mention that the reason which we know, the geopolitical reason, to shorten the front line in the renewed great game between Queen Victoria's empire and Alexander II's empire. This is only one reason. The second reason was economical reason, because this factor was very, very important in the time of great reform. The budget deficit caused by the economic crisis and the cost of suppressing the prolonged Polish general uprising. This is the second reason, but from new books of Russian researchers and Polish author Marek Budzisz, we know there is hypothesis, this is idea, that money, that sources, financial sources obtained from sailing of Alaska could be used to finance the plan of trigger and finance an uprising of Slavs and Christians in the Balkans in this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Głębocki. Our next speaker is Professor Jan Holzer of Masaryk University in Brno in the Czech Republic. He specializes in non-democratic regimes, democratization, and East European politics. And his topic today is the contemporary Russian political regime on the road to ideology. You want to stand or sit?
No. I am waiting for the opening for presentation. Thank you very much. Yes. It's visible? Yes. And with this one? Yeah, fine. Oh, all right. Okay. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, of course. Thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this very attractive for me conference, and thank you very much for the organizers for such opportunities. So, I am very sorry, but so I will a little bit change the methodological and disciplinary approach, which was dominated and will be dominated in this panel. So I'm sorry, political science is not historian, but being older and older, so my political science identity is weaker and weaker, I would say. But the point is that I would like to concentrate on the current situation in Russia, but with the respect to the terminology and the issues which are under debate during this panel. So that's my maybe entering point. So or question. So is the current political elite in Russia aimed at constructing a state or regime ideology? So a research context, I would say it's very, very clear. Maybe for me personally, important is the project context, because I received, I got the support from the Grand Agency of Czech Republic for this and next year to realize the project called Return of Totalitarianism, Putin Regimes in Time of War. So, calling this project, I think that my maybe research frame is quite visible and clear. So, of course, the notion totalitarianism or concept of totalitarianism is something what I called as the unwanted child of social science. Is a very interesting and important concept for the terminology of non-democratic regimes in the modern era. So I don't know reason to repeat, I would say, well-known aspects of this classical debate on non-democratic regimes, the development of this concept in Golden Age, 50s, 60s, and of course revisionist criticism. But what is interesting from the point of view of a contemporary situation, current situation, so and we debated this point a few months ago during another conference in Warsaw devoted to the problem of Russian current political regime. Observing current debate on non-democratic regimes, the concept of totalitarianism is quite missing. So, and this lack of this notion in this debate is quite interesting. Why? Because, and there's another second crucial concept and crucial notion for me and this presentation is, of course, ideology as the key part of the concept of totalitarianism. This dichotomy between the mentality and ideology formulated by J.J. Linz is, I would say, well now. So it means debating the ideology. Of course, we are debating the problem of legitimacy of power, the relationship between the elites, between the rulers and the ruled. And it is, of course, a very important research factor if we are researching the identity of the concrete political regime. And the point is that the problem of legitimacy was reincorporated during last decade in the explanation of stability of modern non-democratic regimes. For instance, the very interesting text by Johann Gerszewski and many others are well known in this sense. So, but if we are debating legitimacy and and that's the very crucial part of the current debate on the crisis of liberal democratic regimes, democratic backsliding, etc., etc. So that's very dominating, of course, narrative in the current political science. So we are debating the ideological battles. So how it? So the problem is, of course, how to construct the research in the sense or in the situation where is on the one hand the lack of the concept of totalitarianism, and on the other hand, so we are debating the problem of ideology. Putin, Russia is of course a key example in this sense. So, with respect to my time frame, of course, no reason to repeat that there is some neutral definition of ideology, definition of ideology in totalitarian regimes, etc., etc. From my point of view, so there is, I would say, analytical problem how to study and how to measure an ideology if our starting research question is such as I mentioned in the introductory part of my presentation. So I would say that the method, the way how to do it, so is, for instance, the actor-centered content analysis. So to concentrate on the public speeches of politicians, political elites, in non-democratic regimes. That's a quite common method, not only in contemporary research, but starting in the second half of 20th century, including, of course, Russian political context. And having such data sets, so we have indicators for the identification of possible ideologization of concrete political regimes and its actors or representatives. So, my research question in this context sounds: which terms do Russian regime actors emphasize in a time of war? Because the time frame for my research in my grant project is starting from the February 2022. And second, of course, quite general, more general research question: what does it mean from the point of view of classification of the current regime in Russia? And thesis is, of course, that this regime is somewhere on the line between the authoritarian identity on the one hand and the totalitarian identity. And of course, this hidden aim is to describe and analyze the ideological origin of contemporary Russian politics. So it's quite very pleasant to listen to previous reviewers and panelists, and to understand that the vocabulary of historians and political scientists could be similar. So, and what does it mean, of course, from the point of view of comparative political science, from the point of view of this analysis of identity of current regimes. So, with the support with some literature, and I have a list of literature and sources in the end of my presentation, there are maybe as a method is to separate the two sets of the terms which could represent, on the one hand, the authoritarian identity, the notions like nation, Russian, or people, and of course with the frame of in the concept of a mentality, and debating the problem of ideology, respectively something like political methodology, and from this point of view, creating this concept of totalitarian identity, the vocabulary like state, statehood, deification of Russia, of course, crucial notion power, geopolicy, victim, or mobilization. That is quite standard language in the research of non-democratic regimes, starting from this debate on totalitarianism and authoritarianism, starting from the J.J. Lynn's contribution in this field. So, in this moment, it would be correct to stop my presentation because I am only at the beginning of this project, and I didn't realize this research. So we are counting to study the speeches of three actors: Putin, Sergei Lavrov, and Dmitry Medvedev, with some semantic analysis. But what I am able to show you as maybe something what support this thesis and this approach in my project are quite I would say well now statistics in the so-called Putin's decoder, which is quite used instrument in the political between the political scientists. So next graphs, 5 or 6 graphs, can show us the presence, the occurrence of some of these notions in the speeches of the only Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. And of course, the line, the period which is under this research is much longer. So, but interesting are the last part of these graphs. So between the 2022 and of course 2024, and debating these notions which I mentioned a few minutes ago: statehood, mobilization, victim, power, maybe not Russia. But these four notions are quite strong. So we can observe the really sharp increase of the presence of these words in the speeches of Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. So I a little bit abuse the data from another research, but of course in months, I strongly believe that we will have our data supporting maybe this thesis. And from this point of view, something what I call as the careful interpretation of this thesis. So this aspect which is visible in this slide is so I don't want to repeat. So how to interpret it very briefly. So the first point which is under debate is the shift from maybe more cultural narrative to a narrative of state legitimacy, the shift from something what is possible called as a spiritual unity and from the identification of cultural roots to the real historical sovereignty and the statehood as something what is important for the creation of the communication tools and communication canals between the elites and Russian society. That's the first point, or first thesis. Second one. So before the war, before the February 2022, and maybe at the beginning of this period after the invasion of Ukraine, so it was possible to observe something like a rationalization of the Kremlin's current maybe narratives. And now we are in the wave of heroization, creation of heroic myth, especially of World War II, and the construction of foreign threat narrative, which is really very strong. Not internally yet, which would be interesting and quite important point in the context of the thesis concerning the totalitarianization of the regime, but this foreign aspect is very visible. The third thesis is quite very clear, because that's the crucial point of this, not only my presentation, but the panel and the conference, the past as the tool for legitimizing the current geopolitical actions. And of course, the last one, a binary division of the world. So this our contra there is more and more important from the point of view of communication between the elites and the nation, respectively Russian society. So from this point of view, I would say, or we are working with the thesis about this shift from cultural historical unification to more political, respectively geopolitical justification. And what does it mean? That's the second research question. What does it mean from the point of view of definition of the regime? This line between the authoritarianism and totalitarianism is extremely questionable from the point of view of concrete question in this sense. But I would say that the arguments for authoritarian categorization of Putin Russia are really weaker and weaker. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Holzer. Our next speaker is Mark Bessin of Södertörn University in Sweden. He holds a PhD in historical geography and Russian intellectual history from University of California in Berkeley. And he researches Russian and German ideologies, identity, and geopolitics. Mark, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, again, thank you for the invitation, this wonderful exchange of ideas, meeting old friends, which is always very nice. I very much enjoyed Andrzej's opening lecture. Thank you very much. Reflecting on it in terms of what I'm about to say, I'm not sure if we agree or we disagree, but this will become clear, I think, in our discussions. the English term empire was used by began to be used quite a bit by Western observers of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, as sort of part of the politics of perestroika. And I'm thinking here of the term empire savers that was kind of coined at that time to refer to conservative Russian nationalists who were opposed to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The Russian counterpart to this term, imperia, it's a word we've been already hearing quite a bit about, also began to gain currency in Russia, and it also began to gain currency in reference to the opposition to the breakup of the country. But whereas in the West, the connotations were negative of these empire savers, in Russia, the overtones were emphatically positive, and they've remained so down to the present day. Throughout the 1990s, the term was popular largely on the political margins, this kind of red-brown coalition, anti-Yeltsin coalition, exemplified ideologically by people like Alexander Plekhanov and Alexander Dugin. But as soon as Putin came to power in 2000, the term imperia went mainstream, began to go mainstream, and it quickly became a resonant term in the new nationalist discourse about Russian politics and identity, and we recognize it today as an important element of Putinism. Now, to be sure, Putin himself has always carefully avoided the term imperia, despite the enthusiasm, and it's quite striking actually today, of many of his supporters. The fact that it's heavily loaded with ideological connotations for him is problematic. The fact that it evokes historical memories of the oppressive imperial chauvinism of the Romanov Empire, and that the term risks framing Russia's present-day actions in post-Soviet space not as defensive or protective as the Kremlin describes them, but rather precisely as imperial, precisely as expansionist. And imperialism, after all, is something that Putin wants to associate with the West, not with Russia. So from the beginning, Putin has used a different vocabulary. The early years of his regime, he preferred to describe Russia as, and you'll all remember this, as a держава, which is not we hear this word, we still hear it a lot, but we hear it less than we used to. Because more recently, the term has been enhanced or even replaced, the держава concept, by the image of civilizacja, Russia as a civilization, or as Putin fashions it, a civilizacja государства, civilization state, or государство, civilizacja, state civilization. Now, combining all of these points, I can very quickly formulate my general argument, and that is that the essence of Putin's model of державность and his model of Russia as a civilizacja, civilization, is imperial. That is to say that Putinist civilizational discourse, what we call this sort of whole kind of new discipline that studies this, civilizationism, is an ideology of empire. And it has among its principal objectives to consolidate Russian state power and control within the Russian Federation and to project it further across post-Soviet space. Civilizationism supports narratives that legitimize imperial behavior of expansion and domination, and with this it provides an ideological scaffolding and rationale for the eventual reassembly of empire. Now, civilizations are complex entities. They're kind of consist of a myriad of historical and cultural factors. I want to focus this morning on the geopolitical dimension, or a geopolitical dimension, specifically the problem of territory, what we might call civilizational territoriality. Now, obviously, territoriality is of essential significance for empires, which are effectively defined by their ability to exercise centralized control over space and to augment and increase their geographical dimensions through territorial expansion. And if my general argument is that civilizationism is an ideology of empire, then my corollary is that civilization is, among other things, a geopolitical strategy for legitimating territorial expansion, for justifying the projection of centralized Russian power beyond the internationally recognized domain of Russian sovereignty. In other words, beyond the political boundaries of the Russian Federation. Okay, let me take a slightly more closer kind of conceptual look at this problem of civilizational territoriality. it's often claimed that the terms civilization and civilizationism as we use them today are post-Westphalian concepts. That is, they differ in significant ways with the principles of the Westphalian nation state. And one of the central elements of this argument revolves around the factor of geographical space, the significance of which, it is claimed, is fundamentally redefined in this transition. The Westphalian nation state is characterized, and we've already heard this in papers earlier in this panel, is characterized by sovereign territoriality. That is to say, precise and fixed geographical boundaries, boundaries that are acknowledged by the respective state, nation state, but also equally respected by the international community, and where the state is the supreme authority and exercises absolute control over the geographical space within these boundaries. Civilization, that's the Westphalian model. Civilizational structures, it is suggested, look very different. Geographical boundaries are not precise, they're not fixed, they're rather soft terms that I've been looking at this carefully in terms that are often used here, fuzzy for some reason, or blurry. Sovereignty is fundamentally reconceptualized in the sense that control over territory, which was absolute in Westphalian sovereignty, now is less absolute. It's less centralized, perhaps even a kind of shared control or shared jurisdiction. And this contrast is captured in the distinction between the terms national space on the one hand and civilizational space on the other. Now, in regard to the civilizationism in Putinist Russia, I would suggest that these assumptions are both right and wrong. They're correct in that in Putinism, national space is rescaled and is indeed redesignated as civilizational space. And again, this is, if you look at the Russian discourse, civilizaционное пространство has become fairly common. And this differs from Westphalian space. It is not the legalistically constituted and internationally recognized domain of a sovereign state. Rather, the territory is signified and valorized subjectively and emotionally via cultural and civilizational identities. Identities that are anchored in mythologized civilizational history. And critically, it is a valorization that is not necessarily, and usually you might say, is not recognized internationally. You do not have that international consensus. Civilizational space, in other words, is not where the legal state is, it's rather where the civilization was and remains located. And the critical implication here that, for me, is the main point of what I'm trying to say, is that Russia's civilizational space extends well beyond the national space of the Russian Federation. Okay, so let's just take a moment to consider how this imaginary of civilizational space in Russia has evolved. And I want to do this because its origins predate Putin. These did not begin in 2000. It was apparent already in the early 1990s, indeed as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed. You had here the emergence of 50 newly independent states. But on a deeper perceptual level, Russia refused or failed or refused to acknowledge the full independence and sovereignty, Westphalian independence and sovereignty of these states. To the contrary, it continued to believe that it had a special status, a special relationship. These two territories had a special relationship to Russia, and we know this because the new term came up that had never existed before, and all of a sudden, used all the time, ближнее зарубежье, the near abroad. So a new term was then formulated because you needed a new concept to designate these special territories, a zone where there were independent states, but at the same time, Russia maintained a particular interest and influence. This near abroad status very much facilitates the civilizational perspective that I'm talking about that we see today, the perceptual appropriation of this zone as Russia's civilizational periphery. Territories that are not just subject to Russian influence, but historically and culturally a part of Russia, fragments of a single civilizational whole. But if the point about civilizationism as post-Westphalian is correct in regard to what I've been talking about, civilizational space, then it is mistaken in the argument that sovereignty itself has been reconceptualized. You do have now, in this discourse in Russia, a new term, civilizaционная суверенитет, civilizational sovereignty. But it doesn't signify anything any different. It signifies the same thing: effective jurisdiction and control over respective civilizational space. There's nothing fuzzy about it. There's nothing blurry about it. And it's true that this control is legitimized not through a consensus of international law, which is the Westphalian model. Rather, it is the product of the subjective, what you might call civilizational prerogative, which is, as I pointed out, not universally recognized. But the fact of power, the fact of, not just power, exclusive power, the fact of exclusive power and control is not essentially different. Effectively, the notion of civilizational sovereignty provides ideological legitimation for what is imperial behavior. Civilizationist regimes fashion themselves as guardians and protectors of a civilizational identity and heritage, and with this guardianship, they assert, comes an entitlement to project power and territorial control over adjacent regions deemed part of Russia's civilizational space. Now, my stress on the continuing significance of civilizational boundaries, this Westphalian idea of Westphalian boundaries, leads to the logical question: where exactly are they? Where exactly is civilizational space? My earlier reference to the near abroad as Russia's civilizational periphery is not a precise demarcation, obviously. And the question is not very easily answered. And the reason it's not very easily answered is because there is no one answer to this question. Putinist civilizationism includes multiple and different imaginaries or narratives that effectively specify alternative and different civilizational identities. Two in particular tend to dominate. These are quite familiar. You have on the one hand Russia as Eurasia, the Eurasianist narrative, and you have what we've already been talking about, I'm sure we'll talk about much more, Ruski Mir, or the Russian world. These two, while they overlap in many important ways, are distinguished by significant differences in terms of how they construct the civilizational community and how they demarcate civilizational space. Effectively, you have here alternative geographies of Russian civilizationism, Russian civilization. Putin fosters both of them. They're both actively supported and fostered within Putinism. Each one has its own practical geopolitical project within Putinism. I won't go any further into that. The point that I want to stress here is, despite the differences between them, these civilizational visions both exemplify and confirm, I would say, my argument, and that is the imperial essence of Putinist civilizationism. The boundaries may differ, but in both cases, the boundaries extend beyond the sovereign territorial limits of the Russian Federation, and both narratives form the basis of the fundamental civilizational project, the expansion and projection of power across post-Soviet space. Okay, the final thing I want to talk about is I just want to very briefly consider some practical strategies that the Kremlin uses in the name of civilization to project territorial control. These take different forms. I will just very briefly identify four categories, or maybe call them four mechanisms for the exertion of power. First of these are all familiar. You have soft power policies. This relates essentially, in the distinction I've just made to these different narratives, this relates primarily to the Russian world. A doctrine, which is a doctrine that asserts the ethnic and cultural and historical unity of the three East Slavic nations, plus, very importantly, Russian speakers more broadly across post-Soviet space, the so-called sootechestveniki, or the compatriots. And soft power initiatives of the Kremlin include support for Russian language, Russian education across the post-Soviet states, schools, textbooks, and so on, pro-Russian political parties, and candidates with Russophile agendas. The second mechanism refers to political and economic levers that work to bolster civilizational support and solidarity. The creation of intergovernmental organizations among the post-Soviet space, de facto dominated by Moscow. The primary example here, of course, is the Eurasian Economic Union, but there are others. The strategic manipulation of energy dependencies, control of key pipeline infrastructures, another way of exerting this pressure, and the regulation of labor markets, given the importance of remittances from from migrant labor from outside the boundaries of the Russian Federation, Russia can strategically restrict, and expand access. Thirdly, the third mechanism, through the creation and maintenance of frozen conflicts, military interventions of indefinite stationing of troops in defense of Russia's civilizational, or in relation to, perhaps let me say, in relation to Russia's civilizational periphery. And you have here, of course, the Transdnistria region, Moldova, where Russian troops have been stationed since 1992, and you have in South Caucasus, Abkhazia, Southern Ossetia, which have had a Russian presence since the war against Georgia in 2008. And finally, most radically and most unmistakably imperial, is, I have here, hard territorial expansion. I'm not sure that's a good expression. But territorial expansion, and this is through annexation. Framed, of course, not as annexation, присоединение, but rather reintegration of historical lands. And this is, of course, we've seen in Ukraine in 2014 with Crimea, and then 8 years later, 2022, 4 further provinces. And you have here the clearest demonstration of the enduring relevance of this and the significance of Westphalian territoriality through annexations. There's no shared jurisdiction here. That's absolutely this is unacceptable. And finally, then here, part of this fourth category of annexation is a kind of subcategory where power is projected not through annexation, through actual annexation, but through threatened annexation. This is another way of exerting power. This is working very significantly both in Kazakhstan and, of course, in the Baltic republics, both of which have very significant populations of Russians, part of the Russian world. Okay, well, just to conclude, Putin's concept of Russian civilization functions as a strategic ideological substitute for the more traditional vision, and that's what we've been hearing about earlier in this panel, of Russia as an empire. It offers a culturally palatable and politically flexible way to advance imperial ambitions across post-Soviet space. Civilizationist rhetoric rebrands empire under the guise of cultural unity, historical continuity, and shared spiritual destiny, seeking to avoid the politically toxic connotations of formal imperialism, but retains the formal imperialism's core objectives. At the risk of repeating myself, Putin's civilizationism is not a break from Russia's imperial past. It's rather a strategic adaptation of that past to post-Soviet realities, enabling Putin to legitimize interventions and to expand Russia's influence while denying imperial intent. It is, in short, an empire by other means. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, also for sticking to the time frame. The last speaker in our panel is Serhiy Shumilo of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And his topic is the 2024 Edict of Moscow Patriarch Kirill and the World Russian People's Council on the Holy War.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I speak English bad. I will read the report in Ukrainian. Тема моєї доповіді – наказ Московського патріарха Кирила та Всесвітнього Російського Народного Собору про священну війну.
So the title of the presentation is the Edict or an Order of Moscow Patriarch Kirill and the World Russian People Councils on the Holy War.
Один з важливих етапів у формуванні російської квазірелігійної неофашистської доктрини «Русского міра», яка за задумом має стати офіційною громадянською та релігійною ідеологією путінської Росії, стався 27 березня 24 року. У цей день відбулася знакова подія в залі церковних соборів Храму Христа Спасителя в Москві під головуванням московського патріарха Кирила Гундяєва. Офіційно затверджено було наказ 15-го Всесвітнього Російського народного собору, який отримав назву «Настояще и будущее русского мира».
One of the important stages in shaping the Russian quasi-religious and neo-fascist doctrine of the Ruski Mir, or Russian world, designed to become the official civic and religious ideology of Putin's Russia, took place on 27th of March 2024. On this day, a little noticed but significant event came about in the Church Council's hall of the Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Moscow, under the chairmanship of Patriarch of Moscow Kirill Gundyaev. The edict of the 25th World Russian People's Council, titled The Present and the Future of the Ruski Mir, Russian World, was officially approved.
Цей документ є безпрецедентним як такий, що вийшов під егідою керівництва Московського патріархату і отримав найвище благословення від патріарха та інших ієрархів Російської церкви. За своєю суттю він нагадує, частково копіює програмні документи про нацистського церковного руху, відомого під назвою «Німецькі християни». Очевидно, що деякі з авторів нового засадничого документа Російської церкви надихалися цими зразками та ідеями. Принаймні, один з його розробників, Дугін, який є членом президії Всесвітнього Російського Народного Собору, ніколи не приховував своїх симпатій до ідей фашизму, раннього нацизму і окультизму, упроваджуючи їх у переосмисленому вигляді до своїх квазірелігійних фундаменталістських концепцій.
As stated in the preamble of the document, it is a program document of the World Russian People's Council and also an order addressed to the legislative and executive authorities of Russia. The document became unprecedented. It was issued under the auspices of the leadership of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate and received the highest blessing and authorization from the Patriarch and other hierarchs of the Moscow Patriarchate. In essence, it resembles and partially copies the program documents of the pro-Nazi church movement known as the German Christians. Evidently, some of the authors of the new edict were inspired by these ideas and models. At least one of its creators, Alexander Dugin, who is a member of the Presidium of the World Russian People's Council, has never concealed his sympathies for the ideas of fascism, early Nazism, and the occult, incorporating them in the reinterpreted form into his quasi-religious fundamentalist concepts.
Санкціонований патріархом та ієрархами Російської церкви, документ, по суті, суперечить євангельському вченню, християнському світосприйняттю та православному богослів'ю і є відвертою апологією антиєвангельських ідей насильства, ксенофобії та геноциду, через що він, власне, потребує більш детального аналізу і коментування.
Authorized by the Patriarch and hierarchs of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, the document contradicts the gospel teaching, Christian worldview, and Orthodox theology, and it is an open apology for an anti-gospel ideas of violence, xenophobia, and genocide. Therefore, it requires a more detailed analysis and comments.
У першому пункті цього документу, який називається «Священна військова операція», уперше в офіційних документах під егідою Московського патріархату російську військову агресію проти української держави названо війною, що донедавна було заборонено в Росії називати. Більше того, військова операція і геноцид проти населення України названі тут священною війною. Зокрема, у документі сказано: цитата, «З духовно-морального погляду спеціальна військова операція є священною війною, в якій Росія та її народ, захищаючи єдиний духовний простір Святої Русі, виконують місію утримувача, який захищає світ від натиску глобалізму і Заходу». Також у документі проголошується, що спеціальна військова операція є новим етапом національно-визвольної боротьби російського народу проти колективного Заходу, що ведеться на землях Південно-Західної Русі з 2014 року. У ході СВО російський народ зі зброєю в руках відстоює своє життя, свободу, державність, цивілізаційну, релігійну, національну та культурну ідентичність, а також право жити на власній землі у межах єдиної російської держави. Заперечуючи право українського, білоруського і інших народів на ідентичність, самостійність і державність, документ проголошує, що після завершення СВО вся територія сучасної України має увійти до зони виняткового впливу Росії.
So, in the first paragraph of this document, titled Special Military Operation, for the first time in official documents under the auspices of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, the Russian military aggression against sovereign Ukraine is referred to as war. Until recently, it was forbidden in the Russian Federation to use the word war to refer to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine. Moreover, the military operation and the genocide of the Ukrainian people are called here a holy war. In particular, the document says, quote, "From a spiritual and moral standpoint, the special military operation is considered a holy war in which Russia and its people defend the unified spiritual space of Holy Russia, fulfill the mission of the Katahan restrainer, protecting the world from the onslaught of globalism and the victory of the West that has fallen into Satanism." End quote. The document also proclaims that the special military operation is a new stage of the national liberation struggle of the Russian people against the collective West, end quote. And continued quote, "conducted in the lands of southwestern Russia since 2013. During the special military operation, armed Russian people defend their lives, freedom, statehood, civilizational, religious, national, and cultural identity, as well as the right to live on their own land within the borders of the unified Russian state." End quote. Denying the right of the Ukrainian people to their own identity, autonomy, and statehood, the document proclaims that, quote, "after the end of the special military operation, the entire territory of contemporary Ukraine should enter the zone of exclusive influence of Russia. The possibility of the existence of an independent Ukrainian state on this territory, quote, should be completely ruled out," end quote, declared Patriarch Kirill and other authors of the document.
У другому пункті документа, названого «Руський мір», проголошується існування окремої російської духовно-культурної так званої цивілізації, відмінної від інших християнських і навіть православних народів. Проповідуючи власну цивілізаційну винятковість, автори документа проголошують, що Росія є творцем, опорою і захисником руського міра. Межі руського міра як духовного та культурно-цивілізаційного феномену значно ширше державних кордонів як нинішньої Російської Федерації, так і історичної Росії. Поряд із розпорошеними по всьому світу представниками російської екумени, руський мір включає всіх, для кого руська традиція, святині руської цивілізації, велика руська культура являються вищою цінністю і смислом життя.
In the second paragraph, called Russian World, the document proclaims the existence of a separate Russian spiritual and cultural civilization, Ruski Mir, Russian World, or Russian Oikumene, distinct from other Christian and even Orthodox nations. Preaching their own civilizational exclusivity, the authors of the document proclaim that, quote, "Russia is the creator, supporter, and protector of the Ruski Mir, Russian world. The borders of the Russian world as a spiritual, cultural, and civilizational phenomenon are significantly wider than the state borders of both the current Russian Federation and historical Russia. Along with representatives of the Russian oikumene scattered all over the world, the Russian world includes all for whom the Russian tradition, the shrines of the Russian civilization, and the great Russian culture are the highest value and the meaning of life. End quote.
Ця ідея закладена в основу виправдання сучасної російської експансії. Відновлення єдності російського народу оголошується в документі ключовими умовами виживання і успішного розвитку Росії та російського міра в 21 столітті. При цьому, наслідуючи теоретиків окультно-містичної течії в німецькому націонал-соціалізмі, які проголошували відродження хіліастичного тисячолітнього рейху, автори документа сповідують теорію про побудову тисячолітньої російської держави, яка, за їх переконанням, є найвищою формою політичної творчості росіян як нації. Таке тисячолітнє царство в особі Росії проголошується апокаліптичним утримуючим світу беззаконня, катехоном, здатним зупинити воцаріння Антихриста. Цю маргінальну теорію вже багато років популяризує в середовищі російської церкви окультист Олександр Дугін, який вважає, що Росія має протистояти світовій змові євреїв і масонів. Як знаємо, улюблене гасло Гітлера. Але тепер вона вперше публічно озвучена та санкціонована на офіційному рівні від імені керівництва Московського патріархату.
This idea, the idea of Russian world, is at the heart of the justification of modern Russian expansionism. Quote, restoration of the unity of the Russian people, quote, is declared the key condition for the survival and successful development of Russia and the Russian world in the 21st century, end quote. In this case, following the theorist of the occult mystical branch of German National Socialism who proclaimed the revival of the hellenistic thousand-year ray, the authors of the document profess the theory of building a thousand-year Russian statehood, which, according to them, is the highest form of political creativity of Russians as nation. Such a thousand-year kingdom impersonated by Russia is proclaimed to be the apocalyptic katechon from the Greek restraining the world's mystery of inequality. The one capable of stopping the enthronement of Antichrist in the world. The marginal theory has been popularized for many years in the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate by Alexander Dugin, who believes that Russia should oppose the world conspiracy of Jews and Freemasons, that was quote, and a favorite slogan of Adolf Hitler. But now, for the first time, it has been publicly voiced and authorized at the official level on behalf of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate leadership. The document proclaims, quote, the highest reason for existence of Russia and Russian world, their spiritual mission is to be the world's katechon, protecting the world from evil.
Ці уявлення про власну духовно-цивілізаційну винятковість руського міра, його тисячолітнє царювання на землі та роль катехона підпадають під низку псевдохристиянських і еретичних вчень, які неодноразово були засуджені багатьма святими отцями православ'я. Спроби з боку керівництва Московського патріархату сакралізувати та наділити сучасну Російську Федерацію та її правлячий режим такими месіанськими ознаками засвідчує, що воно намагається штучно витворити якусь нову громадянську релігію, яка назовні прикривається середньовічними християнськими термінами, але внутрішньою суттю є антихристиянською та антиєвангельською.
Such views of the self-proclaimed spiritual civilizational exclusivity of the Russian world, its thousand-year ray on earth, and its role of the katechon falls under a number of pseudo-Christian heretical teachings, which have been repeatedly condemned by many holy fathers of Orthodoxy. Attempts on the part of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate leadership to sacralize and endow the modern Russian Federation and its ruling criminal regime with such messianic attributes shows that it is trying to artificially create some new civil religion which outwardly disguises itself with medieval Christian terms, but in its inner essence is anti-Christian and anti-gospel.
У третьому пункті документ проголошує претензії на глобальне лідерство Росії в новому світовому порядку. Цитата. «Росія має стати одним з провідних центрів багатополярного світу, який очолює інтеграційні процеси. Як геополітичний центр Євразії, Росія має регулювати баланс стратегічних інтересів, виступати оплотом безпеки та справедливого світопорядку в новому багатополярному світі». Кінець цитати. При цьому у такому новому світовому порядку представниками російської церкви і правлячих російських політичних еліт проголошується повернення до старої, анахронічної, цілковито антинаукової російської імперсько-міфологічної доктрини триєдності російського народу, згідно з якою російський народ складається з великоросів, малоросів і білорусів, які є гілками, субетносами одного російського народу, а поняття «русський» охоплює всіх східних слов'ян. За словами авторів документа, цитата, «воз'єднання російського народу має стати одним з пріоритетних завдань зовнішньої політики Росії, а доктрина триєдності має отримати законодавче закріплення, ставши невід'ємною частиною російської системи права».
In the third paragraph, titled Foreign Policy, the document proclaims Russia's global leadership in the New World Order. Quote, Russia should become one of the leading centers of the multipolar world, leading integration processes. As a geopolitical center of Eurasia, Russia should regulate the balance of strategic interests and act as a bulwark of security and a fair world order in the new multipolar world, end quote. At the same time, in this new world order, representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate and the ruling Russian political elites, they proclaim a return of the outdated and completely anti-scientific Russian imperial mythological doctrine of the triune unity of the Russian people, according to which the Russian people consist of Great Russians, Velikorossi, Small Russians, Malorossi, and White Russians, Belorossi, which are branches or sub-ethnicities of one people, and the concept of Russians covers all Eastern Slavs. According to the authors of this document, quote, the reunification of the Russian people should become one of the priorities of Russia's foreign policy, and the doctrine of triune unity should be enshrined in law, becoming an integral part of the Russian system of law, end quote. How much time do we have?
3 minutes. Окей. Давайте я прочитаю. Аналіз документа «Настояще і будущее русского мира» засвідчує, що він цілковито суперечить і валенському вченню та православному богослів'ю, є апологією антихристиянських ксенопопських ідей і підпадає під ознаки дуалістичної єресі, заснованої на змішуванні релігії з політикою. Замість проповіді основ християнського віровчення документ запозичує та пропагує від імені Російської церкви неофашистські, ксенофобські та антихристиянські ідеї. Оскільки його було розроблено та затверджено за участі провідних ієрархів Московської патріархії на чолі з патріархом Кирилом Гундяєвим. Цей документ є офіційним вираженням позиції Російської церкви. Він містить геноцидну риторику і є не лише програмним документом Всесвітнього Російського Народного Собору, але й з офіційного благословіння очільників Російської церкви, адресується органам законодавчої та виконавчої влади Російської Федерації і легалізує пропаганду викладених в ньому ідей на рівні органів державної влади.
So the analysis of the edict or order has shown that it completely contradicts the gospel teaching and Orthodox theology, is an apology for anti-Christian and xenophobic ideas, and falls under the signs of dualistic heresy based on the mixing religion with politics. Instead of preaching the fundamentals of Christian doctrine, the document borrows and promotes neo-fascist, xenophobic, and anti-Christian ideas on behalf of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate. Since it was developed and approved with the participation of the leading Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate hierarchs under the leadership of the Patriarch of Moscow, Kirill, this document is in fact an official expression of the position of the Russian Orthodox Church. It contains genocidal rhetoric, and it is not only the program document of the World Russian People's Council, but with the official blessing of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate leadership, it is addressed to the legislative and executive authorities of Russia and legalizes propaganda of the ideas set out at the level of Russian authorities, whose representatives are members of the whole Russian People's Council Presidium. All 488 the World Russian People's Council delegates, including the Patriarch of Moscow, hierarchs and priests of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, as well as political and public figures of the Russian Federation, who voted in favor of this anti-Christian, xenophobic, and genocidal document, now have grounds to be subject to international condemnation and sanctions. And the delegates of the Russian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate also to ecclesiastical court. Their adoption of this edict creates a unique opportunity to bring all those who voted in favor of it to secular and ecclesiastical condemnation. From now on, it is important argument and material evidence both for the future International Criminal Court in The Hague and the future ecclesiastical court with the participation of the ecumenical patriarch and other representatives of the local Orthodox churches.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thanks a lot. I look at the watch. I think in order not to put at risk our lunch, we should try to stick to a 15 minutes discussion, which I would like to open by referring to the first words of the Yeltsin Constitution. My mnogonacionalny narod Rosyjskiej Federacji, we, the multinational people of the Russian Federation. And my question, particularly to Professors Nowak and Besson, is what happened to the multinational people of the Russian Federation? Is it still there?
Thank you, Professor Trebst, for your fundamental question. I think there is a fundamental question to all the relationship between the category of empire and nation. As you, of course, know, some theoreticians used to say, half-jokingly, that a nation is an empire that succeeded simply to turn into a single nation. And I am tempted to remind another definition of Russia stemming from Konstantin Pobjedonoscev, advisor to Alexander III, who said, "У австрийского государя много национальностей, а у нас народ один." So that's exactly that constant dialogue, is not a good word, but a constant tension exactly between the concept of turning this civilization, empire, into finally one political body with one more or less unified society, culturally unified society, or a nation finally. So I think this is not something to be eliminated. This tension is always there, at least till now. And if I may just use this occasion before I will pass the mic to Professor Basin to put my own question or suggestion. It seems for me from this very fascinating series of lectures that there is another tension visible, which I want to address to Mark Basin and to Jan Holzer especially, namely the tension between the concept of imperial body or imperialism, civilization, and the religious aspect. It seems to me that in Mark's presentation, this religious aspect was somehow put aside, and I see reasons. I agree actually with everything Mark said, but at the same time, I see this religious dimension as also important, and there is my suggestion to Janek Holzer that maybe you should somehow introduce into your project also analysis of first Alexei II and then Kirill use of words, because they are also important actors in the same, I would say, political scene of transforming contemporary Russia. So that's only my observation, and at the same time a kind of challenge to Mark and to Jan Holzer. And the final element, civilization is of course a concept, a very complicated one, but its etymological root is evident from civitas. It is originally a lay concept. Of course, in every civitas there was a particular piety, a kind of civic religion, but still civilization, just as Danilewski said, is a rather non-religious concept. And in the Russian case, it is this interrelation between religious aspect, whether it is Eastern Orthodoxy or Eastern Orthodox Muslim, or Eastern Orthodox Muslim Buddhist, or Eastern Orthodox Muslim Buddhist Jewish, but always anti-Western Christian religious aspect, is something that is always worth considering. So thank you, and I will pass to Mark maybe.
Thanks. Thank you for the questions. So in this, an excellent question. You have a spectrum of opinion in Russia about identity, a sort of spectrum of nationalism. Putinism, for all of its, its variety and its kind of internal contradictions, Putinism is emphatic in its support of the multinationality. So in a way, the spirit of this passage from the Constitution that you cited is the spirit of I mean that essential, the notion that it's you have a number of many different nationalities. This is in opposition, for example, to Russian sort of ethno-nationalists who exist as well. There are parties in the Duma, for example, and figures around the country, and these are opponents de facto to Putin. Putinism is a doctrine of very, I think, unambiguously clear multinationality. How you produce that then, and then I talked about different alternatives within Putinism, and these are different ways of being effectively they're different ways of being multinational. And the two that I talked about, one Eurasian is one version of multinationalism, and Russian world is weaker, I think, but nevertheless seems to be in terms of its evocations also multinational. On the one hand, you have this emphatic assertion of it in Putinism. It's clearly there on this particular spectrum of identity. But at the same time, Putinism is also ambiguous or multiple in terms of the specifics of what it can mean. And this is very important to note, I think. I mean, that's my view of this whole thing, is that because you have geopolitical differences then. If you look at how these different narratives, these civilizational narratives are used, they're used geopolitically in different ways. Eurasianism has one, kind of reference in terms of what it means for sort of the post-Soviet politics. Russian world is quite different, although both of them are, or at least potentially, multinational. And the second was about religion. Was that the one that you asked? And yeah, well, I mean, I've kind of answered it, but I mean, religion is important as one factor, but it's not universally important. And so Eurasianism, for example, which I think is quite significant, is not, although that's a little ambiguous too in Eurasianism, but I mean, in fact, it is not just multinational, but it's multi-confessional, which the Russian world is not, although even articulations of the Russian world can be somewhat ambiguous. You don't have to be a Russian Orthodox to be part of the Russian world, but you have to acknowledge the primacy of Russian Orthodoxy. That's the formulation. So.
There's a question by Sorin Antopi.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to add to the idea of or it depends on what you do with the plurality of national identities that you include in. So first of all, how do you define them? So you define them as a part of a unitas in pluralitate, as versions of basically the same thing, local variations that can be superseded either by a concept such as Eurasianism, for which these distinctions do not matter at all. Even more, the more different they are, the languages, for instance, and ethnicities, the better it is, because Eurasianism as an ontological, mystical, esotericist concept supersedes all these differences. So you have a kind of unitas in pluralitate, for which it doesn't matter if you say there is one, but there is just more. So it depends on the management of this plurality, and I think they are pretty good at managing them in a rather clear way. So this is why in the tradition from empire to the original empires to Putinism, it seems to me that these differences between identities, local, regional, national, were relatively insignificant, and they're always superseded by something. It was, communism, proletariat, Ruski Mir, Eurasianism. There is always something that overtakes, supersedes, makes plurality really insignificant and unimportant. So it is less than, well, I can go into a theological discussion here about unity and plurality. There are some heresies in which they do not matter. They are coincident. I think Russians are good at this, at accepting that they exist and then dealing with them the way they can do. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. There's a question by Georgi Kasyanov.
It's rather a comment that to your question and to to the discussion. There are some changes in Russian Constitution of 2020 that they mentioned Russian people, Ruski narod, as a constitutive for Russia. So it's definitely ethno-national element there. So they meant Ruski narod as ethnic entity there. So we see some kind of contradiction in Russian ideology. And the second comment is about Russian world. It's the concept developed in the 90s by Shedrovitsky group and by some others. And what is interesting that it is ethnocentric in terms of expansion, in terms of irredentism. So Russian ethnic irredentism, it's for outside world. For inside Russia, they do not use this component. So they propose to prefer kind of supranational narrative there. So it's quite flexible. So they take certain components for certain reasons, for certain aims, and use them in different contexts and in different political sets. So it's so in this case we should take into account that it's not kind of monolithic ideology, which is just like Stalinist or something like this. It's very flexible, and this is why it's so dangerous. Thank you.
We'll speak of Solzhenitsyn spoke of all these people from formerly oppressed nationalities and ethnicities after the fall of, the Soviet Union was about to fall. And they said, it is our responsibility now to take care of all these. Right? So it was a nice form of taking care of the plurality. Thank you. No, I just, in terms of flexibility. Yeah.
I see no more questions, so we can finish our morning panel at time.
I just refer to what Professor Mark said, that Russia's civilization space extends well beyond national space. Now, the point that I want to highlight is that, let's say till about 10 years back, this kind of phenomena by Russia was not so widespread. And it is only in recent last 5 to 8 years that this concept has led to much disorder, or I would say a conflict situation in Europe. And I would say a whole lot of people at large in this part of the world are under, I would say, constant stress, and let's not talk of the cost that we are paying in terms of damage to the environment and to the human development growth of people involved. My question is that any nation which starts propagating this concept, I come from India, and we are also a civilization, and at some point of time, even our great India used to encompass Afghanistan and Pakistan. And although I hope I'm not being recorded, but I'm saying that politicians can make a statement that, well, Pakistan was part of us. But every Indian, and we all know it, that as a responsible nation, we don't mean that. It doesn't mean that one fine day our nation will start saying that let us reintegrate another country into our own because they were part of our civilization. So I'm saying this is something that kind of comes to my mind, and it's a big question to me. And why don't we face this question? I'm sure people are facing this question and kind of asking as to why someone is trying to do is one man who's trying to change everything. So I'm sure there are people who are doing research on this particular aspect of why is this is being done. That's all. I just thought I'll share my.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks a lot. So we will reconvene at 2 o'clock sharp in this lecture. Thanks a lot.
It's always a difficult task to restart after a lunch break, but I'm sure that we will be ready to listen another set of fascinating presentations. And let me introduce very briefly our first distinguished speaker, Professor Dovile Budrytė, who will join us from afar, so to speak, professor of Georgia Gwinnett College and academic, also associate with Vilnius University. And her subject is the Russo-Ukrainian War and Decolonization of Memory in Lithuania. Thank you so much, Professor Budrytė. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. I would like to apologize that I cannot be in person. I'm joining from Vilnius, and I'm definitely will be delighted to share some of my insights from the work that I have been doing. So I hope you can see my slides. Can you see them?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, very good, very good. So thank you. So I'll talk a little bit about my research foci. It's part of a larger project. I just wrote an article for a special issue of Global Studies Quarterly together with my colleague, Violeta Dovoliūtė. And here we are interested in the ways in which Russian imperialism, and specifically we're looking at 2022 full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine, to see what kind of impact this invasion has had on memory politics and identities in the Baltic states, with a focus on Lithuania. And we're looking at whether indeed this 2022 can be seen as an inflection point, as a critical situation which fundamentally reshaped memory politics and identities in Lithuania with comparisons to Latvia and Estonia. So theoretically, the research foci would be on decolonizing moments. So we are comparing 2022 to the previous important events that led to decolonization, such as the breakup of the Soviet Union when Lithuania regained its independence, 1990 to 91. And we're looking at also 2014, Russia's invasion of Eastern Ukraine and Crimea as another decolonizing moment, and linking it to securitization of memory or defending memory in Lithuania, again, by exploring what kind of memory regime these decolonizing moments are linked to. And right now, I'm very interested in this concept of mnemonic decolonization, which I define as breaking away from colonial memory regimes and establishment or assumption of new subjectivities, new memories, right? And very much this is based on the work by Mambari and Yulia Yurchuk on mnemonic decolonization, this literature which is increasing and expanding. So I'd like to make, during the short time that I have, 3 main points. That Russia's war against Ukraine, and not just 2022, but also going all the way back to 2014, in relation to the Baltic states, in particular Lithuania, has been a war of mnemonic decolonization, when we saw some significant changes in Lithuania's memory politics and related identities. Another point that I'd like to make is that there's clearly a relationship between these decolonizing moments, such as this war, Russia's imperialism war, imperialistic war, and securitization of memory. And here I think, hopefully, this will be a contribution to literature on securitization of memory. Very often, securitization of memory in memory studies has been viewed as something very negative, such as potentially causing new conflicts. So Nikolai Kopasov, Maria Malkso wrote about this. But here, what we were trying to argue that with decolonization of memory, secularization of memory does not necessarily have to be something fundamentally negative, that when a new political community is emerging, such as the case was in Lithuania when it restored its independence in 1990, secularization of memory might be indeed even inevitable, right? And also the third point that I'd like to make, that through those case studies of these decolonizing moments, I would like to argue that there has been a continuity in memory regime, that yes, indeed, without any doubt, Russia's war against Ukraine has been very important for memory politics, but what in the end it did is to strengthen the memory regime, which was created after the disintegration of the Soviet Union and during disintegration of the Soviet Union. So as mentioned, I'm working with several theoretical concepts, and I already defined mnemonic decolonization as breaking away from the colonial memory regime. In the case of the Soviet Union, this memory regime was rooted in asserting that Lithuania joined the Soviet Union voluntarily. There was definitely, in that colonizing memory regime, there was a big focus on World War II as patriotic war, and focus on Soviet Lithuanian partisans who worked for and fought for the Soviet Union. And mnemonic decolonization means undermining and establishing a new memory regime in which Lithuania's sovereignty becomes a major value. And when it comes to the depiction of wars, including World War II, definitely there's a focus on Lithuanian anti-Soviet partisans who were active after Lithuania was occupied by the Soviet Union in 1944. So we're drawing on the insights from literature in ontological security when developing this concept of mnemonic decolonization. And in particular, two concepts are very important, which is to say defending memory, right? And also critical situations. So defending memory would be an assertion to argue new historical truths. And I gave examples such as very much argument that anti-Soviet Lithuanian for Lithuania's independence and defending the memory of these partisans in various contexts, and also critical situations when disintegration of the Soviet Union, also the start of Russo-Ukrainian war and full-scale war could be seen as these major points when mnemonic policies were redefined. So an interesting question also that I already have introduced would be, can attempts to defend memory be linked to the pursuit of historical justice and emancipatory mnemonic decolonization impulses? Here, once again, these attempts to defend memory would be part of fighting and suffering memory regime in Lithuania that I wrote about in my previous work. Fighting, once again, referring to fighting for Lithuania's sovereignty, very much linked to anti-Soviet partisans, and suffering referring to the crimes of the Soviet regime, such as repressions, deportations during the times of Stalin, and also suppression after it. So let me go to the three case studies. And again, the point here would be to trace mnemonic decolonization and see how it's related to securitization of memory, and in particular, defending memory. So the first decolonizing moment, again, would be the disintegration of the Soviet Union and its aftermath. So this is obviously quite a long, it's not really a moment, but it's more like a decade, starting in the mid-80s and going all the way into early 90s. And during this particular moment, we saw a major change. It was, I would argue, from the bottom up. Also, we saw a very important influence of the Lithuanian diaspora when we saw routinization and institutionalization of the fighting and suffering memory regime. So fighting, once again, was linked to anti-Soviet partisans who fought from 44 up until 53 and very much defending their memory. The main mnemonic conflicts during this time were started and they continued into the other periods of time, specifically participation of some of these anti-Soviet partisans in the Holocaust, and also their actions against the civilian population. And what I mean by routinization and civilization of fighting and suffering regime, I mean that specific memory laws were undertaken during this time when the Soviet regime was condemned, and this discourse about genocide started to develop. And very clearly during this time, we saw the development of the so-called thick line mnemonic decolonization politics, when there was a break with the narratives that were officially told during the times of the Soviet Union, such as Lithuania joining the Soviet Union voluntarily, Soviet Union bringing liberty and freedom to Lithuania, etc., etc. And also there was the portrayal, especially during the times of Sąjūdis, of the Soviet Union as an evil force, as a force which conducted even genocide. As I mentioned, these mnemonic conflicts related to defending memory were very much linked to intersection of the two occupations, Nazi and Soviet occupation, specifically 1941, when the Soviets were retreating, Nazis were coming in, and the Holocaust started. This is still very much a very tense period in mnemonic politics. And also, as I mentioned before, participation of anti-Soviet partisans in the Holocaust also remains a source of mnemonic conflicts, and those lines of division were already established during this first moment. The second decolonizing moment took place in 2014 with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we saw very much continuation of the trends that were established as the Soviet Union was disintegrating. We saw routinization, institutionalization of collective trauma narratives, right? We saw the continuation of Memory Institute, which was established in the early 90s. And interestingly, we also saw changes in mnemonic legislation. Once again, let's say banning the symbols associated with the Soviet and Nazi regime that preceded this critical situation of 2014 and were linked with increasing imperialism of Russia, for example, invasion of Sakartvelo by Russia. And we saw changes in mnemonic policies in Lithuania in particular by strengthening the anti-Soviet and anti-Nazi impulses. What's very, very clear with 2014, what's kind of new with this particular decolonizing moment would be very much the focus on the fighting dimension. Once again, anti-Soviet resistance, anti-Soviet partisan resistance becomes very, very important. And here we see explicit links to the post-war resistance and also the situation that Lithuania thought it was faced with when Ukraine was attacked. But again, when it comes to the structure of memory regime, we saw a similarity to the first decolonizing moments, once again with the focus on fighting and the focus on suffering, and the breaking away from the colonial memory regime established during the Soviet Union. And finally, last but not least, the third decolonizing moment, 2022, Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine. We saw vicarious war, Lithuania very much identifying with Ukraine, and we saw what my colleague Violeta Davoliūtė called iconoclasm, removal of monuments that are associated with the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was associated with Russia. Crimes of Stalin were associated with crimes of Putin. In Lithuania, the term was not decolonization, but was mental quarantine. And we also saw derussification campaigns similar to other parts of Eastern and Central Europe, but also some changes in mnemonic legislation in Lithuania with banning of adoration of Nazi and Soviet regimes in public spheres. The most intense wars in that particular case were wars over the local collaborators, and I'm going to show some pictures. This is the removal of monuments related to the Second World War, associated very much with the colonial memory regime of the Soviet Union. This was a monument which was built in Soviet Lithuania, valorizing the Soviet occupying force. It was also removed in 2022. And the most intense mnemonic conflicts are associated with people like Salomėja Nėris. She was a poetess. Right now, this mnemonic conflict is ongoing, and conflict over the removal of this monument, which is next to the school that I attended to. The name of the school was already changed, and right now this monument will be removed as well. I would like to make sure that I do not take up other speakers' time, so I will go to the conclusions. So the conclusions are the following. In the case of Lithuania, if we are looking at the impact of the Russian imperialism on mnemonic politics, we see continuity of mnemonic politics, with the most radical change being the disintegration of the Soviet Union when mnemonic decolonization starts and colonial memory regime is undermined. In all of the 3 points, we see that defending memory is an integral part of mnemonic decolonization, so these processes cannot really be separated. And when it comes to mnemonic decolonization on the ground, especially right now, we see intense battles over primarily people who are accused of collaboration with the Soviet regime, and sometimes it's very, very difficult to determine who was a collaborator, and very complex link to illiberal politics, right, when the questions about the removal of monuments are being asked. And also, especially early on, we saw the rise of some populist parties that also could be related to the processes of inability and difficulty to deal with the question of collaboration. So I'll stop right here, and thank you so much for letting me share my work.
Dear Professor Budrytė, thank you so much for your very informative presentation. I would like to ask you to stay with us for the time of the questions debate towards the end of this panel. Thank you once again.
Of course.
Thank you. And I would like to invite Professor Sorin Antohi, a distinguished historian from Romania, former professor of Central European University and Michigan University, author of numerous books, who would speak about the clash of Tsarist Soviet-Russian imperialism with so-called Romanian imperialism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I'm a low-tech person, and I just count on my microphone. I can switch it off too. I was invited by Stefan Treubst, thank you very much, and then I was re-invited by the organizers. Thank you very much. It's nice to be in Krakow 24 years after my last passage here, but I will make up for these missed opportunities. I return in August for the World Congress of the History of Religions. I will spend more time here. My attempt here is to enlarge a little bit the scope of our common discussion here and introduce some elements of, how shall I say, relativization when we discuss about Russian imperialism. First of all, we should remember that there are other imperialisms, some of them going strong as we speak. There have been other imperialisms in history. This is not the only case. But then I would relativize it by suggesting as I go a kind of tree of imperialisms, a kind of multiply ramifying structure of interactive, fluid imperialisms that constitute the history of imperialisms over time. Russian imperialism has to be read also against the background of competing imperialisms, of model imperialisms, of contesting adversary imperialisms. They all feed on each other, not just on the bodies of their prey communities, nations, countries, and so forth. There is a lot of mutual learning between imperialisms, and that should be remembered each time we address a specific case. This is the case of Russian imperialism as well. Now, imperialism and colonialism are inextricable dimensions of Romanian history. This should be a banality, as the Romanian lands and the Romanian nation-state, emerging and growing from 1859 to 1918, have always been at the crossroads of empires and mesoregions, as Cernak and Treubst taught us, starting with the Greeks and the Romans. So whenever I hear about Saint Andrew and his adventures in Crimea, or about Catherine the Great's Greek project in which, assisted by Potemkin, she was trying to claim that they were superior to the bloody Germans and all the other Northern Europeans because the Greeks were there first, when nothing had happened, not even Rome. So they were the third Rome, but even the first Rome was not really great by the time Crimea was already a cradle of civilization. She promoted this vision, assisted by many, including Potemkin, and as we know, she was very well aware that the Potemkin villages were not real, but they were forms of staging the future, of representing the future. They were a kind of pre-scient or kind of prophecy or promise of the times to come. The switch to, and this is where the concepts of civilization and others come into the fore, because this was before such elements were developed in Western Europe, and this is before the very concept of civilisation actually emerged as the key factor in the building of the symbolic geography of Europe from northwest to southeast as a kind of slippery slope of civilizational decline, from the very nice, developed, and so forth. So at the time, the ancient Greek-Roman paradigm was still strong. The Enlightenment was only working, had started to work on its alternative, which was this qualitative re-ascription of history, of temporality to space. So, Now, Romanian regional and national histories cannot be understood otherwise. Of course, Romanian historians and the public sphere, they tried to shape by means of usable pasts and historical mythologies. They are predictably insisting on the nation, pushing it back anachronistically and conflating it with the ahistorical, homogeneous, eventually metaphysical ethnos. It's a very difficult exercise if you are in Romania to work with these competing, actually, clashing regional and local historical mythologies, because as I said, the unified or more or less unified nation state was a late addition to the long saga of the Romanians. So they had at least, centuries, if not millennia, to develop distinct local regional identities that are very difficult to, regulate and homogenize. I have wonderful examples, but you'll read them in the paper. One thing that I would, but anyhow, things are complicated. I will get to some of these. The only objective example of Romanians' own imperialism, however fortuitous, exogenous, short-lived, and modest, is the 1913 to 1940 annexation of the small quadrilateral South Dobroja, quadrilater in Romanian, which was taken as a side effect of the Balkan Wars when nobody needed it, nobody had any vision about it in Romania. They couldn't care less of all this. But since it was up for the taking, they picked it up. And they adjusted it, they connected it to the region of Dobroja, which had been taken by the Romanians also by accident as a result of a Russian-Turkish war in which Romanians intervened quite spectacularly and won their independence. But they got Dobroja, didn't really know what to do about it, never considered Dobroja a Romanian land for 500 years. So it was peopled mostly by Turks and Tatars and some, passing Romanians to the Balkans with their, shepherds and their. Otherwise, they were not interested in that. And still, Dobroja became an experimental ground for the internal colonialism of Romania, which immediately was sparked by the project of modernizing Romania in the 1880s. And that is a very interesting story. This is the California of Romania without the gold. The gold was already in Transylvania, without the far west, but most of it was a redeployment of populations, population exchanges, practices that were announcing and actually implementing traditional, policies of colonization and imperialism everywhere in the world. That is, if I talk about that in Romania, I also talk about that in Romania. Well, not many people are happy, but this is the fact. The funny thing is that this was almost taken back by Bulgaria in World War I. This is a good example of a profitable alliance with large-scale imperialists, Germany in this case. It was a side effect. They allied with that, and this is how Bulgarians came to occupy Bucharest alongside the Germans. They were a small addition to the German military, but still they were around. So you can see how fluid these notions of imperialism and colonialism can be in such a context. One could add also to this the most assertive claims and actions relating to the Balkans by Romania, which was assuming the status of a prima inter pares in the Balkans, unilaterally, I have to say, of course, in the interwar period when the royal family was deploying a very complex matrimonial strategy by which the Romanian queen became the mother-in-law of most other princes and and kings in the Balkans. She was the mother-in-law of the Balkans, as she was nicknamed. But this was based on the original claim by the Romanians already at the 19th century, the end of the 19th century. They had the right to be in the Balkans because what Romanians portray as their brothers, in fact, their cousins, the Vlahos population, and the most numerous and others, Romanized, Latinized populations before the northern provinces are Latinized, Romanized, before the Romanians actually started to emerge. They were presented by the Romanian propaganda as, and still are, as brothers. I think they are cousins. And my family is one of those, as you could guess from my Greek name. Not brothers, but in terms of a form of soft colonialism and soft imperialism, they were very important because they were the reason why Romania could lay claims on lots of things in the Balkans, intervening, trying to do things to fix, usually not fixing them, but complicating them. But that was a way. I'm telling you this, when we do the tree of imperialisms, we have to consider these lesser, secondary, ancillary, reactive, by default, counterintuitive, sometimes counterproductive, redemptive, mimetic competition-based, intertwined, small imperialisms. They are, of course, predicated on an existing stage where big-time imperialisms are competing. And in the, remaining spaces, I have 5 minutes?
Yes.
In the remaining spaces, there is room for intrepid, opportunistic, small imperialisms. And the other example I will have to say that, maybe I should say this. The Russians came to the Romanian lands late. In 1718, they made the bet that they could defeat the Ottomans in Europe. They could already defeat them in the Caucasus, but they couldn't defeat them in Europe. They tried. And they lost. And this is how the prince and scholar Demetrius Cantemir, who had to choose between a Russian, hopefully long-distance imperialism and a very pressing Ottoman imperialism and the other pressing Habsburg imperialism. So he picked up Peter the Great. They had wonderful conversations about civilization and so forth. But they lost. They lost stupidly a battle against the Turks on the River Prut, but they lost it. So this is how, rather than taking the Romanian principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, Russia had to retreat and wait for another century. So in 1812, they got what we used to call, in many ways, but they called Bessarabia mistakenly. It doesn't matter. The name had nothing to do with the region they occupied. But it's okay, they took it. They took it, they were second in this game because the Habsburgs had already taken northern Moldavia, which they called Bukovina by some mysterious thing. The funny thing about that Bukovina name is that it became Romanian. The Romanians picked it up, and now if you can, under the threat of death, everybody in Romania would be able to swear that this is a native name. This is not a native name. It was nativized, because such things happen too. Imperial categories, colonial categories, come to be nostrified, internalized,
adopted without questions. And such things happened many times to imperial places. The only thing I can really have time to add is that there is a utopian, that is experimental, and even utopian side to imperialisms. This is true of, I'm not talking about their own claims, I'm talking about the things that happen on the ground. As they could not be too innovative in terms of modernization in Russia in a certain way, some of the Russian colonizers in Bessarabia, Moldova, the Republic of Moldova today, were in the Romanian lands from, especially in the 1830s, were trying to introduce elements of modern legislation, rights, administrative organization, and so forth. In Bessarabia, they tried first to do a kind of duchy, something like this, an arrangement like in Finland. They didn't have the local elites because they had all left. So there's a desperate correspondence between the Russian occupiers and St. Petersburg, complaining that they had no way to build it into an autonomous duchy as the intention was. So finally they had to resign themselves to do a gubernia instead of that. The Romanian lands could have become an extension to Russia in the 1830s, but fortunately the competition between imperialisms was such that they couldn't do it. They tried, they had moments of hope and success. They introduced forms of legislation and administration that were far above, in terms of modernity, above those back in Russia, in metropolitan Russia. So I would suggest maybe one of the topics of discussion at some point would become also seeing this part of experimentalism in these, not in the sense of the la mise en valeur, which was a theory of French colonialism and imperialism, but in many ways are there. Some of them were counterintuitive, unintended. But you have to check that on the ground and see how this develops. Of course, all this lasted until 1989, but in 1958, the Soviet troops left Romania. And that, I think, is quite remarkable. It was part of a very complex deal with the local communist leadership, who made to assure them that they can manage the whole thing. And they managed by organizing a second round of mass arrests and internments to take care of the new generation of possible opponents. And with that, they were left alone until a certain moment when the Valev plan, which should be remembered when we talk about Russian imperialism, because it was a project that was transnational, international, encompassing the entire Soviet bloc and trying to introduce a kind of utopia of self-sufficient economic specialization, country by country and transnational. Those are also forms of Russian imperialism that we should take into account. Hopefully they will not be repeated, but we should remember them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Antochi. It was really extremely pleasant to hear how history complicates simple patterns, which I, as a historian, want to stress always. I would like to invite now one of actual co-hosts of this conference, Professor Stefan Trebst from Leipzig University, one of the best specialists on Central and Eastern European history, a true continuator of Oskar Halecki. Please, Professor Trebst, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and friends, the topic of my presentation today is divide et impera, Moscow and the Macedonian question after World War II. The Macedonian question, as some of you probably are aware of, originated from the Eastern question of the late 19th century. From the end of the century on, then Greece, Serbia, and Bulgaria fought over the remaining Ottoman territory in the Balkans. Ultimately, this Central Balkan region, Macedonia, was divided by the three rivals. This, however, did not solve the conflict, and this in particular due to Bulgarian revisionism aimed primarily at the new Yugoslavia. The short-lived Bulgarian occupation of parts of Greek and now Yugoslav Macedonia during World War II resulted in 1944 in the founding of a People's Republic of Macedonia as a constituent part of the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia, later on the Socialist Republic of Macedonia within the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and today the Republic of North Macedonia. In Tito's Yugoslavia, the communist leadership of the new Macedonian Republic embarked on an ambitious ethno-political project of creating a Macedonian national identity by codifying a new Macedonian language, constructing a national history, and founding a Macedonian Orthodox Church. All this in order to cut off cultural ties to previously dominating Bulgarian and Serbian influence in the region. Whereas during the existence of Yugoslavia, Macedonian-Serbian tensions were muted. From the 1960s on, diplomacy and academia of the People's Republic of Bulgaria fundamentally contested the Macedonian nation-building project, despite the fact that in 1992, now democratic Bulgaria, as the first state ever, recognized diplomatically the newly independent Macedonia, the historiographical and linguistic warfare between Sofia and Skopje continued, and since 2018, Bulgaria vetoes the accession of now North Macedonia to the European Union, again on grounds of history and culture. The Bulgarian-Yugoslav controversy over Macedonia, its history, national identity, and language, gave the Soviet Union a convenient leverage to play off Sofia and Belgrade, a political practice adopted later on by the Russian Federation under Presidents Yeltsin and Putin, now playing off Sofia and Skopje. The Soviet interest in the Macedonian question stems from Tsarist Russia's strive to dominate the Ottoman Central Balkans. This explains why after 1917, Narkomindel and Comintern supported various national revolutionary movements in southeastern Europe, among them as the most powerful one, the terrorist Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, operating from Bulgarian territory against Yugoslavia. This remembered me of the Soviet diplomat Kopp, which you presented to us. So Soviet diplomacy, Comintern diplomacy in Western Europe and in the Balkans relied not primarily on communist partners, but on partners who were considered to be able to shake the foundations of the new states in the region. The plan by Tito and his Bulgarian counterpart, Georgi Dimitrov, of spring 1948 for a federation with the then united parts of the overall region of Macedonia. So the idea was Yugoslavia and Bulgaria would form a federation with Macedonia as a sort of connecting link. This initiative by Tito and Dimitrov infuriated Stalin since he was not consulted nor asked for his green light. The subsequent split between Stalin and Tito, then in the summer of '48, put an end to the idea of a South Slav federation and the Soviet propaganda campaign against the, quote, fascist clique of Tito and the traitor Lazar Kolishevsky, that was Tito's proconsul in Skopje, turned also Bulgaria and Yugoslavia into hostile neighbors. In the result, for more than a decade, Macedonia vanished from the map of Soviet Balkan policy, and this with the additional consequence that even in the Institute of Slavic Studies of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, in the Lomonosov universities and other institutions of higher education, all things Macedonian were banished. Even the term Macedonia was no longer mentioned. This because next to consolidating the relationship with Bulgaria in the 1950s and again in the 1960s, the USSR was striving to, in quotation marks, normalize its relations with Tito. At the end of the 1960s, however, the Bulgarian Communist Party started to play the Macedonian card vis-à-vis neighboring Yugoslavia, to the deep concern of the Soviet Union. In the following, I will concentrate on two of many examples of critical periods in the triangle Moscow, Sofia, Belgrade/Skopje, and try to show how the CPSU under Leonid Brezhnev interfered into the conflictuous Bulgarian-Yugoslav relations by instrumentalizing the Macedonian topic. The so-called Prague Spring of 1968 in Czechoslovakia caused considerable problems also for Soviet Balkan policy. Ceausescu refused to support Moscow's line toward Dubček, and after August 21st, 1968, Tito was alarmed by indications of another Warsaw Pact invasion, this time in his own country, Yugoslavia. In this situation, Moscow sent strong signals to Sofia not to undertake any provocative moves against Belgrade, and in particularly against Skopje. Yet to no avail, the same issue of the Bulgarian party organ Rabotničesko delo, which announced the participation of the Bulgarian army in the invasion of Czechoslovakia, contained a massive attack on the leadership of Yugoslav Macedonia. Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko and the Supreme Commander of the Warsaw Pact troops, Ivan Jakubowski, were sent immediately to Sofia to extinguish the bushfire. However, again to no avail. In November 1968, when fear of war peaked in Yugoslavia, the Historical Institute of the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences fired something like an academic missile in the direction of Skopje in the form of this little blue brochure here. It is entitled The Macedonian Question, Historical Political Information, and its three main messages are: first, there is no Macedonian nation; second, there is no Macedonian language; and third, there is no Macedonian minority in Bulgaria. This move definitely was too much for Moscow to tolerate. Also, from the format of the brochure, you can guess that it was produced primarily to be smuggled into Yugoslavia in large numbers. Obviously, several hundreds of thousand copies of the brochures were printed in Sofia, and the idea was to bring them over the border, so to speak, to re-educate the Macedonians and to tell them that, in fact, they were all Bulgarians. Now, in this situation, fall 1968, Brezhnev personally took the plane to Sofia to give Todor Zhivkov and his comrades a serious dressing down. Yet next to intensified political pressure, also a, in quotation marks, scholarly retaliation was prepared for in Moscow. It came in 1969 in the subtle form of an updated version of the university textbook History of the Southern and Western Slavs, whose first edition of 1957 did not contain a chapter on the Macedonians as a Slavic ethno-nation. The new one, however, did, and this almost in the same wording as used in Skopje. Yugoslav media cheered, Bulgarian fumed. My other example shows how the mechanism worked also in the other direction. In the summer of 1978, the Chinese premier and chairman of the CPC, Hua Guofeng, embarked on an extended Balkan tour in order to counterbalance the recent loss of China's ideological and military ally Albania. First, Hua visited Ceausescu's pro-Chinese Romania and then proceeded to Belgrade to meet Tito. Most remarkable was his stopover in Skopje, where he, in a public speech of August 24, explicitly, quote, congratulated the Macedonian people to its ancient history and Slavic revolutionary traditions, and he discussed with his hosts the resistance of the mentioned Macedonian people, quote, against the foreign occupiers during World War II. The latter remark was a direct reference to the Bulgarian occupation of Yugoslav Macedonia from 1941 to 44, and the formula ancient history of the Macedonian people was in Sofia, of course, perceived as an outright provocation. Yet not only Zhivkov was alarmed, but now also Brezhnev. Was Beijing trying to put a wedge into the Warsaw Pact territory by geographically isolating Bulgaria, which had the two NATO states of Turkey and Greece on its southern border, respectively on its throat, question mark. Accordingly, in the same year, 1978, a special ferry connection for tanks and other heavy military equipment was put into service between Ilyich, named after Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev, in Soviet Ukraine, and Varna in Bulgaria. Another result was that in the 1979 edition of the mentioned Soviet textbook, Historia Zapadnych i Yuzhnych Slavyan, the wording on Macedonia, its history, people, language, etc. was considerably modified. As mentioned, also the Russian Federation adopted Soviet tactics in the Balkans, particularly concerning Sofia and Skopje. Again, an example, on May 24, 2017, the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, received the President of the Republic of Macedonia. At that time, it was still Republic of Macedonia. Only the next year, it was changed to Republic of North Macedonia. The President of the Republic of Macedonia, Georgy Ivanov, in the Kremlin. On that occasion, Putin extended a gratulation to his guest with the following words, and this is a quotation: I know that you came to Russia on a special day and for a special purpose, you being honored with the award of the Orthodox Foundation for the Unity of Orthodox Nations. Today is in Russia a solemn day, the day of Slavic literature, and this literature came to us not coincidentally from the land of Macedonia. The Russian wording is Makedonskaya Zemlya. The reference to the land of Macedonia and indirectly to the apostles of the Slav, Cyril and Methodius, contained a subtle provocation to the address of the political class of the Republic of Bulgaria, whose president, Rosen Plevneliev, had strongly criticized the Russian occupation of the Ukrainian peninsula of Crimea and the invasion of Ukrainian Donbas. In a typical move, however, on the next day, the spokesperson of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Maria Zakharova, answered a protest by the Bulgarian embassy in Moscow, and I quote her, that in the case in question, the land of Macedonia is used as a geographic term, not as a sort of ethnic one. The background was of course, the accession of Bulgaria to NATO in 2004 and to EU in 2007, which soured Russian-Bulgarian relations with the consequence of a considerable intensification of Russian-Macedonian relations. Already during his first visit to Moscow in 2014, the mentioned Macedonian President Ivanov got a honorary degree of Lomonosov University during a meeting with students of the masterclass Makedonistika. In 2015, the Russian ambassador to Skopje, Oleg Sherbak, compared Ivanov to Nelson Mandela and declared Macedonia cannot survive without Russia. The idea behind Moscow's pro-Macedonian policy was, of course, to prevent Macedonia from joining NATO, a concept that backfired in 2020. So to sum up, for the Soviet Union, interference in what is called the Macedonian question was a means to disciple the sometimes difficult Bulgarian ally. At the same time, it allowed to put pressure on the prodigal son, Tito. The new Russian Federation followed Soviet tradition towards the equally new Macedonia and post-communist Bulgaria, yet with only little success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Trebst, for this extremely interesting, one can say, study case of practical imperial policy of divide et impera. And I would like now to invite Professor Georgi Kasyanov, world-known Ukrainian historian, now collaborating or working simply at Lublin University of Maria Curie-Skłodowska. Please, Professor Kasyanov, the floor is yours. And biblical metaphor invites a very, I would say, fascinating subject, of course.
Yeah, perfect. Would I be able to give this?
So you may sit here, and I will sit along with you if you prefer to sit.
Out of just and could you yeah, focus slightly. Great. Yeah, I would start with this metaphor, which I found quite telling in a sense. And it's, this metaphor emerged, just occurred to me when once again I read the article written by, allegedly by Putin in July 21, about historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians. I suggest that this article, in fact, was written by Medinsky and Artizov, the head of archives of Russian Federation, but of course I have no data to prove it. But so that's probably two co-authors. Well, Abel, according to the Bible, Abel is a brother who was killed by Cain, and fortunately there was another brother there who became a patriarch of the family. But generally, this metaphor is really telling in terms of Russia's understanding of Ukrainians as either brotherly people or part of Russian people. So we'll try to give some highlights on that in this presentation. So first of all, I would like to start with the idea of shared past. What is shared past? And that's, you see this on the slide, so I will not read it. But when some countries, some nations, some peoples have a shared past, definitely this past comes when it's arranged into the narrative, then it becomes a history. And in this particular case, it's not just concerns not just Ukrainian-Russian case, but in this particular case, it is very important to understand that history is mixed with memory, and history is considered as a congruent to memory. So this means that memory and history are not distinguished in minds and perceptions of those who deal with this. So I will start with the fundamentals of Russian historical outlook. I think it's important to understand Russian historical outlook to have a kind of deep dive into the politics of memory, Russian politics of memory towards Ukraine. And at the same time, it is also important to understand that Russia's politics of memory towards Ukraine is also Russia's politics of memory towards Russia itself. So first of all, one of the basics is that Russian history is first of all, etatist and then populist. State is a frame for a nation. It's whatever it would be, the state, what is considered as imperial, as whatever, general as imperial, and definitely it's a frame for the history. The history of Russia is a history of the state. The idea of state dominates Russian outlook, Russian historical outlook. Then, to a certain extent, it's supranational, so inclusive, and includes all peoples of Russia, and as we see, not just peoples of Russia, it's peoples of other nations. And Russians, as I already mentioned in my comment, Russians as a people, as an ethnic group, now considered in a Russian constitution, a new edition of Russian constitution, as a state-forming people, which is a really interesting turn in ideological stance in Russia's elites. I don't know who promoted this idea, but it's definitely might be a very serious turn in self-understanding, self-perception of Russians as a nation. Definitely, it's imperial. I would not comment it in details. And another important thing which deserves more comment is a Russian special path idea in Russian historical self-perception, that Russia has some kind of Sonderweg in history, and another country from which the idea of Sonderweg came. And now it's became obvious to compare Hitler Germany and Putin's Russia. But I think that apart from these formal parallels, we should also get into the roots of this idea of special path, because it leads to another thing, to another very important component of Russian historical consciousness, which is messianism. So Russia is a bearer. Russia performs some kind of mission in the world, and already, of course, previous reports already highlighted this point. So I'm inevitably repetitive here, but then Russia's mission is based on its special path, and special path is just because Russia is between, look at their imperial emblem, so Russia is between East and West, Russia neither East nor West, and Russia combines features of East and West, and then, therefore, Russia is very special, and since it's very special, its historical path is special, and then it's a kind of mission. Another point here is a Russian world concept. We already discussed this, and it's irredentist in beyond Russia, and it is almost not presented within Russia. Then, of course, we should speak about Eurasianism. That's taking into account both a geopolitical position of Russia and Russia's geopolitical stance. First of all, elites, welcome back to geopolitics. Russia returned. Russia got back the geopolitics, which was almost forgotten, all just neglected. I don't know. I'm not a political scientist, but I think that's it was still there, but was not much articulated at a certain point. So another point here in this outlook is West as a constitutive other. So I would not comment it because there was a Professor Novik's presentation, and it was and other speakers' presentation. So just take it as granted. And then what is new what is not new, but definitely articulated in Russia's historical politics in the last decade, is that historical memory became a matter of national security, both in domestic and foreign policies. And if you look at some constitutive documents of Russian documents, like constitution, like concept of national security, or concept of foreign relations, concept of foreign policy, everywhere you will find that historical memory is a part of these documents, very strictly articulated, that historical memory of Russia is a matter of national security. And if you look at presentation of people who represent security agencies in Russia, if you look at their representation in different historical related institutions, then you will find that it also got institutional design, starting from special commission established by Medvedev in 2009 and then dispersed in 2012, and finishing with people like Sergei Naryshkin, who is the head of Historical Russian Society, or a special department in Следственный комитет России, special department which deals with historical memory issues. So then another important thing about this is that Soviet period now is absorbed in Russia's historical politics as an integral part of Russia's history, including which can be called Russia's imperial history. So that started, I think, at the beginning of the 2000s, and it's lasted almost for a quarter of a century. So the process of normalization of Soviet past, and then process of normalizations of extremes of Soviet past. So just look at what's going on with Memorial, with the Perm 36 museum, with the Gulag museum, etc. You will see that everywhere we see a kind of let's say, customization, normalization of extremes of Soviet past, which means that, in fact, it becomes a recognized, not in terms of just history, but recognized as kind of politics. And then I will tell you something about Stalin, but a bit later. At the same time, it got combined with a deep anti-Soviet revisionism by Putin, because Putin is the biggest revisionist of Soviet legacy when he claims territories, when he claims that Bolsheviks created Ukraine, etc., etc. So that's, as I already mentioned, it's a kind of either flexibility or ambiguity or whatever, or a specially designed policies. I don't know how to call it. And finally, the final point, which already was discussed and which emerged, I think, on the surface of political landscape in Russia, it's the idea of Russia as a state civilization, государство цивилизация. It's, I think it emerged first as a document in 2023, but definitely this idea circulated in certain circles prior to this. It was articulated in some conferences, but then they already have monographs, books which have this term Russia state civilization. So from this I would go to Russia's vision of Ukraine, how Ukraine is considered in Russian historical narrative, or rather how Ukraine is absent from Russian historical narrative. First point is Ukraine is Russia. And that's, well, that does not need any comment, any extensive comment. You just read the same article, Putin's article. And from this is what's going is, the next is Ukrainians and Russians are one people. Ukrainians are not the other. So Ukrainians, that's really important point, basic, fundamental point, that Ukrainians are not considered by Russian elites, cultural and political elites, are not considered as constitutive other. So this is just part of Russia's historical body. It's just part of Russia's history. And then from all this, we see all these intrinsic problems in perception of Ukraine by Russia's elite. And then another important point, which really deals with the outlook, with the fundamentals, is that Ukraine, in terms of Russian understanding of history, never had history. As I mentioned before, Russia's history frame for Russia, the major frame for history outlook is the state, is a state as a frame for everything. So Ukraine, as it's obviously Ukraine had some kind of breaks in statehood or some kind of specific forms of statehood in the history. But in Russian understanding, historical understanding, Ukraine never had a state history. So Ukraine, beyond Russia, according to this, is a non-historical entity. This is exactly Hegelian world of historical and non-historical nations. So it is welcome back to 19th century, to the middle of 19th century. Ukraine cannot, and then according to this outlook, Ukraine can normally exist only with Russia or within Russia. And Russia is historical nation, Ukraine is non-historical nation, so non-historical nation inevitably should be absorbed or be part of historical nation. Then, according to this outlook, definitely, logically, Ukrainian separate statehood is unnatural, and therefore it's brought by some force from some foreign force, and definitely it's, of course, a result of Western intrigue. And that again refers to 19th century, to the middle of 19th century, when first Ukraine was a Polish intrigue, accordingly to some Russian intellectuals. Then Ukraine was a part of Austrian intrigue. Then Ukraine was a part of German intrigue. Now Ukraine is a part of Western or EU intrigue, etc., etc. So that's well, important to understand that why they launched this anti-NATO component, because the first time when Putin explicitly formulated part of these ideas, basic ideas, was exactly at NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008, and it was contextualized by the Ukraine's will to join NATO. Then another thesis, which is explicitly presented in many Putin's speeches and in other people and other top officials' presentations, is that contemporary Ukraine is a mechanical combination of other lands. And then you know probably this story when Putin had a talk with Tusk, and when Tusk was a prime minister, and first time, and then he spoke about division of Ukraine and proposed to Tusk to take some Polish lands, and then Russia will take the other. And then, of course, then they speak about Romania, they speak about Czech Republic, Hungary. So this is one of the basics in this outlook. And finally, one last important point is that Ukrainian affairs is a matter of Russia's domestic policy. This is why this is not a war. This is why it is a special military operation, because initially it was just police operation to come to one of your lands and to make order there. And that was definitely police operation. You know that, you remember that in 2022, in March, when the Russian troops were withdrawn from northern part of Ukraine, then they left a lot of stuff which was definitely about police operations. So that's how Outlook can be turned into practical action. So now I would like to present the opposite side. That's fundamentals of Ukrainian historical outlook, which will give you an idea why these two outlooks are incompatible, that they are in fact antagonistic. So I will speak mostly about official narrative. So Ukraine as a Soviet nation has a millennial history, which is definitely the challenge to Russia's outlook. And it's definitely populist status history, because Ukraine has breaks in statehood, in historical statehood. So the populist history is a kind of replacement and continuity based on history and territory and autochthonous people idea. Then Ukraine is a part of European history. So, and another thing is that opposite to Russia's historical outlook, it's definitely ethnocentric. Once again, I speak about ethnocentric narrative, I speak about official narrative. So some nations are included into national narrative, for instance, Jews and Crimean Tatars, mostly because of recent developments. So, but generally it still continues to be ethnocentric. And then Soviet period, opposite to Russia's ideas, it's definitely a break in normal development. And then from this flows that the difference in understanding of Russia. Russia to Ukraine is constitutive other. I would be happy if Ukrainian thinkers, Ukrainian memory managers would withdraw Russia from their heads, and that Russia would stop become a constitutive other. But unfortunately, it still is. Well, due to many circumstances, including war. But then Kuchma was the guy who formulated, Kuchma, who was considered pro-Russian president, formulated the idea of Ukraine as not Russia, as an opposite to Russia, which then Putin returned to as a thesis about Ukraine as anti-Russia. And Ukraine definitely becomes anti-Russia because of this war. And Ukrainians are not part of the Russian people, definitely. It's formulated at the basics in textbooks. Russia as a natural-born oppressor, this idea can be found in Ukrainian textbooks already in the 90s. Ukraine as a colony of Russia, now we have this, the whole package of post-colonial and anti-colonial writings in Ukrainian historiography, in official historiography. And then Ukraine struggled for centuries against Russia as a imperialist power. So then you see the list of points of discord between Ukraine and Russia and in historical discussions. So just look at this and you will see that it's quite extensive. And all these discussions were somehow, there were historical discussions, there were discussions between historians, and then they became a matter of memory wars, which in all occasions were started by Russia. So there were also some reconciliation and cooperation attempts, including the Commission, Russian-Ukrainian Historian Commission, of which I was a member for some years. I left it in 2009, I believe, I don't remember. So there were some joint publications. If you speak about the seriousness of these publications, I will give you just one example. That was a history of Ukraine written in Russian by Ukrainian historians, published in Russia. The idea was to familiarize Russian scholars, teachers, etc., with the history of Russia, history of Ukraine in understanding of Ukrainian historians. Just guess how many copies were published? 300. So 300 for 140 million population. So that was probably the idea behind this. So what it was? It was very symbolic feature. So then there was a period of memory wars between Ukraine and Russia, which started exactly in 2008. Started with the letter of Medvedev to Yushchenko on the occasion of the opening of Holodomor Memorial. And then, once again, Russia was proactive in these wars. So, I will give you just one quotation. Ukraine's claims for historical sovereignty and separation from Russia lead to the splitting the core of historical Russia, which makes it an incomplete Russia. It also violates the unity of Russian people and the Russian Orthodox civilization, turning a strong buffer in the southwestern direction into a convenient springboard for an external enemy to strike a powerful blow into Russia's heart, depriving Russia of the chance to become a global economic heavyweight. It's a quotation from Dmitry Trenin, who was the head of Carnegie Center for International Peace in Moscow. As some Russian colleague joked about Dmitry Trenin that он опять надел погоны when he left his position at Carnegie Foundation in 22 and became one of Putin proxies in ideological work for the aggression. So but this quotation gives an essence of understanding of Ukraine by Russians, that separate Ukraine is definitely security challenge to Russia. So that's and then it's instrumentalized in certain lines like "можем повторить," and about instrumentalized in great victory, great patriotic war, and great victory myth. And now the war in Ukraine, war against Ukraine, presented as a unfinished case for Russia. And then finally, just look at this probably to present the incompatibility of narratives as an antagonistic narratives. Look at this data of the attitude towards Soviet past and to Stalin, which probably the most visualized. So in Russia, in 33% are positive about Stalin, and Ukraine 4% positive about Stalin. So that's definitely what we have in final instance. We have that common past and entangled histories are based on two mutually exclusive narratives, which is ethnocentric versus imperial, which expansionist West versus defensive, irredentism and expansionism from Russia's side. And the final point is exactly about mnemonic anxiety. For two sides, for both sides, it is a matter, the common history, shared history, is a matter of mnemonic anxiety, which is a component of ontological anxiety, which is exactly about basics, about identity. And according to some writings in security studies, that some states are ready to act, are ready to violate their own physical security for mnemonic security. So that's exactly the case of Russian-Ukrainian relations, and which leads to the weaponization of the past. I would recommend you to look at this article, which was published recently, and it's a major basics of my today's report, just detailized in this article. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Kasyanov, for this overview of the Ukrainian-Russian memorial knot, so to speak. At this point, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Jakub Matevosyan from Center for Eastern European and International Studies, a sociologist of Armenian origin working in Berlin, would present a very interesting, very important and unfortunately quite frequently forgotten subject of Russian residents in Western countries as an object of fight, I would say. Please take the floor. You have a presentation as well? Yes. Okay, so I will also make a room for you.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, and thanks a lot for your kind introduction. Maybe a few words about the project that I work in Berlin. It is an ERC project called Moving Russians into Generational Transmission of Memory and Historical Narratives abroad and at home. So we try to understand how Russia is trying to transmit views on history and politics from one generation to another generation. In particular, we try to understand how history and politics are related in the diaspora. And today I will speak just about two questions that I brought for me. We have three working packages in the project. One is on intergenerational surveys, and I'm responsible for that working package. And then we have intergenerational focus group discussions, and the third working package relates to media studies, and there another colleague of mine is responsible for that. Our project covers three countries, Germany, Canada, and Estonia, but today I will be speaking only about two diasporic spaces where we have the highest contrast when it comes to perception of history, and particularly World War II, and also liberation of Auschwitz. So my presentation will be also a little bit mix of reading and talking when I will be speaking about the statistics, so I will go back to the presentation. Maybe I'll just bring the mic closer to me. Questions of memory and historical recall have been increasingly recognized as a fundamental element for the unfolding of interstate relationship. Whether or not state recognizes past guilt has a bearing on its acceptance of international community, as Dixon in his research shows in 2018 demonstrates comparison of Turkey's non-recognition of the Armenian genocide versus Japan's recognition of historical guilt in Sino-Japanese War. Similarly, another research by Lind from 2017 compares historically to what extent an apology of past wrongdoing can be fundamental for healing the wounds that are left open after interstate violence, even at the risk of community's self-image. Status, as well as the acceptance of past suffering and victimhood, are important factors for understanding the ways in which states act in international arena. So this presentation is going to be a little bit within the political sociology, but also vis-a-vis international relations. So we try to understand how states, with their wrongdoings or acceptance of wrongdoing and guilt, react to their memory politics towards the diaspora communities. Given the important relationship between memory and states' identity and perception of the global stage, a state's international behavior is importantly shaped by the image of it holds of its past. It is therefore surprising that still, at least from the perspective of political sociology, there is no unified theoretical framing for this kind of analysis. The idea of ontological security that we have heard by several people today has moved center stage in the recent years in the scholarship, and it is understood as the security of identity with importance of both victim and perpetrator states. A state's security of memory, which contains the basis of its own biography, however, leads to ever new security challenges. In this presentation, we examine, I say we because there's a copies written by Felix Kavacek, who is a principal investigator of this project, and myself. We examined the interpretations of history that ordinary citizens subscribe to in Canada and in Germany, with a particular focus on respondents with a Soviet-Russian background, and a concept that I will explain a little bit later. And we try to understand the constraints and the context in which the political elites of these countries navigate. Our research integrates two key theoretical frameworks: the significance of memory in international relations and the role of public opinion in shaping the domestic context for foreign policy formulations and implementation. A focus on individuals with a Soviet-Russian background is paramount in light of the contemporary Russia's leadership over its instrumentalization of historical narrative. The Russian Federation is very concerned about the story that is being told about its national past. Central to the Russian narrative is the denial of historical wrongdoings and an emphasis of its heroic moments. The most telling example in that regard is the cult of the Second World War. Indeed, during the early post-Soviet era, it was still deemed inappropriate to display military equipment in Baklonnaya Hill, and the 50th anniversary even saw international delegations from Western countries that attend. But there has been a shift in 2008. Since then, however, the Russian elite has tasked itself with establishing what is considered the rightful perspective on the war, and undertakes efforts to make it the only acceptable version at home, notably through memory loss, but also to influence historical narratives abroad. Russia's attempts to influence foreign audiences has come in various strategies. A lot of other colleagues also spoke about this, so there's a big range of instruments that Russia employs, and including also disinformation campaigns. And those disinformation campaigns are regular references to historical events and interpretations of history that appeal to the sense of belonging to Russians abroad. Russian interpretation of history tend to challenge the shared recognition of universal victimhood, which provided a basis for the international order after the destruction of World War II. The destruction that Europe experienced between 1939 and 1945, a recognition of the unique suffering of European Jews, these two elements are essential references to the memory culture of most European countries, even if it is not univocally shared within Europe itself. However, the ways in which Russia openly challenges and it creates an uneasy terrain for individuals with Russian Soviet background in the diaspora relate to their countries of origin history, how they relate to that history, and also to the Russian residents in the Russian Federation. Alongside migration, generational exchange impacts on the development of the accepted views on history. Indeed, the mnemonic consensus that prevailed in Western societies is increasingly hard to transmit to a younger generation, and that is a core moment that we're interested in, how in this uneasy situation, parental generation, which has a migration background that comes from Russia to the diasporic spaces, transmits their views about certain historical moments to the younger generation who grew up in the diasporic spaces. Over time, emerging generations become further removed from the direct experiences of the Second World War, opening the possibility of shifting interpretations. This distance can result in a weakening of emotional connection to historical traumas and re-evaluation of established narratives. Research has shown that younger generations often exhibit different attitudes towards historical events compared to their ancestors. And maybe a few words about research design and the data collection, and then I will move on and show a bit of the statistical data that I have prepared. We have done research in 2024 between March and July, in pre-summer and the summer, so we collected about more than 2,300 interviews from Canada and 2,300 from Germany, and we oversampled people with Soviet Russian background respondents to make a comparative analysis between the general population of those countries like Canadians and Germans versus Soviet Russian background respondents. We're interested in two generations, generation one, parental generation, who has a migration background from Russia, and we defined this background by the socialization, parental socialization, that is to say, parental generation went to school in Soviet Russia and regardless their ethnicity. So when we say Russian diaspora in this particular case, any ethnicity is included. However, the importance is given whether they went to school between the ages of 7 and 18 in Soviet Russia, and then they migrated to other countries. And the second generation is defined by the socialization, at least primary socialization, starting from the age of 10 in the diaspora communities. And analytical focus that I would like to speak about and present a little bit of data covers two aspects. The first one is the Second World War and May 9 commemorations, what should be remembered, and if there is any intergenerational convergence or divergence to this aspect. And the second question is the liberation of Auschwitz, which is one of the core elements of the European, pan-European mnemonic scape, if you want. And also, the question would be as a knowledge check question, who is believed to have liberated it, because here we have quite interesting data. And the first question, I don't know if you could see, I think so. The first question, we asked the following question: May 9 is celebrated in Russia as the end of World War II. It also commemorated by many people in other post-Soviet countries. In your opinion, what should be remembered on that day? So here we see quite interesting picture, and we see polarization of opinions, and also we see intergenerational dynamic. Let's begin with, so the first one is the first generation, and the second one, a bit of lighter red, is the second generation at the age of 18 to 34. Meanwhile, the parental generation is 35 plus. The highlight where we see intergenerational convergence refers to war victims. About 30% of both generations has chosen this aspect. And another intergenerational convergence we see when it comes to remembering the value and the price of freedom. About 20%, every fifth from each of the generations have chosen this option. However, we see also quite interesting divergence when it comes to intergenerationality. Particularly, victor of Nazi Germany is favored by the parental generation, about 30%, which is closer to the Kremlin's narrative. And we see here that the second generation is not maybe buying that much the official narrative that is promoted by Kremlin. Also, less transmission of this narrative. Nevertheless, the narrative exists. It doesn't mean that it's vanished, but it doesn't have the same magnitude compared to the parental generation. The same goes with the contribution of many different ethnicities in the Red Army, but we have here 1/10 of parental generation and almost double, like 4% double. No, we don't have a double digit here, therefore any conclusion would be difficult here to make. But the overall picture here we have the second generation has different perspectives or different remembrance, and here we have also 5% of second generation who don't know, which shows this response, which shows also a knowledge gap in this aspect. So we have a quite polarized. One major takeaway here would be, okay, we have intergenerational convergence when both generations chose the same response options, but we also have parental generation being closer to the official narrative, and a second generation with decreased mnemonic narratives or undecided. The main point is also polarized memorial landscape, but if we move to Canada, we see less polarization here, and of course, victory over Nazi Germany is compared to German case less, but nevertheless the highest intergenerational convergence is within this option. And here we again have 5% of younger generation who chose don't know option undecided, which also gives a possibility that these people are really, either they distance themselves from the parental generation, from the official narrative, or they really don't have any knowledge about this. Here we see also of the first generation, even though not non-centralized compared to the German case, but the first generation, parental generation, has a narrative closer to Kremlin propaganda. And let's move to the second example. Who do you think liberated the concentration camp Auschwitz? And here we have two groups and two generations. The first two rows, the dark red colors, represent Russian background population, and the other two, the bottom two lines, represent German population. Again, parental generation at the age of 35 plus, and younger generation at the age of 18 to 34. Here we again see that parental generation, 80% of the parental generation with Russian Soviet background claim that they have the correct answer. They are closer to the truth, that is Soviet Union who liberated the Auschwitz. Meanwhile, the second generation, about half of the second generation, every second person with Soviet Russian background chose the correct answer, which means the variation we see, right? I mean, USA, 15%, and also every fifth person with Russian Soviet background, 22%, they don't know who liberated Auschwitz. So which means in this particular question, we see that the second generation is heavily distracted from the parental generation and also from the Kremlin official narrative. And when it comes to the national general population, here the picture is even, I would say, worse, particularly both generations, they don't know who liberated Auschwitz. And this is part of also not maybe Russian mnemonic strategies, but in this particular case, German schooling perhaps. And when we go to Canada, we see that both generations, unlike Germany, so they have quite solid knowledge who liberated Auschwitz. Like 97% of the parental generation buys the argument, claims that the Soviet Union actually liberated. And the younger generation, about 90%, also knows the reality. So this brings up, of course, I mean, if we see the Canadian society is almost unaware of this, of this important issue. And we included also Canada as a response option in Canada, and we see that 7% or 6% of parental generation and the younger generation thinks that Canada actually liberated, next to the US, next to the Great Britain, whatsoever. And one of the major takeaways is that Canada being a multicultural country where history is not really directly part of the political discourse, is not a part of the public discourse, opens up rooms for Russian Kremlin propaganda to have a strong accommodation in those societies, unlike the German context where history is heavily politicized and also used by different political parties like the Alternative for German AfD, and which is from one side Russian propaganda to have accommodation in those settings, but also with certain cautious, with certain difficulties to those countries. I think I will leave here with my presentation. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matevosyan, for this very instructive and very, I would say, challenging for further discussion results of your study. Now I would like to invite Professor Gilad Ben-Nun, specialist in international legal history, who would present his remarks on revanchism and the revival of Russian and Turkey resurgence in the context of Carl Schmitt revival. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. I know everybody's tired. Last presentation, so I'll keep it short, because we want to go have coffee and so on. What I want to paint for you is a cycle of 100 years of an idea. And the idea is military occupation. The condition of not giving conquest a chance to get legal title over a territory that you have forcibly usurped. Does anybody know where the first official place in the world where the international community actually designated it as a military occupation? Anybody have an idea? It's not Palestine. It's actually, and that's why Carl Schmitt, it's actually the Rhineland. The Rhineland is the first place, 1918, which officially becomes a military occupation, and specifically a neighboring military occupation, that is to say an occupation where the occupier has a legal claim to the land. And this is a very important distinction. There is a cardinal distinction that still doesn't exist in international law, but it's crucial. And that is classical occupation. Think of the Americans in Germany or the Americans in Japan, 1945, or the Americans in Iraq, by the way. As opposed to the French in the Rhineland or Israel in Palestine. The condition is the United States had no claim to the land of Japan. Russia has a claim to the land, to Crimea in this case, right? So that claim makes neighboring military occupations in opposition to classical occupation much more complicated, because in a classical occupation, there is a sort of tacit understanding that eventually the Americans will leave Germany in 1945. That tacit understanding, unfortunately, does not exist in neighboring military occupations. The work that I'm presenting you here, basically, here, is a habilitation thesis on the Fourth Geneva Convention, which is basically the first treaty that illegalized certain aspects of occupation. Then, when I was a Marie Curie originally, fellowship in Verona. Then it turned into habilitation under Professor Stefan Treubs. Then the Palgrave Handbook on Diplomatic Thought and Practice on Neighboring Military Occupation is when I joined Sciences Po, I was the Alfred Grosset Chair at Sciences Po. And then when I came back to Leipzig, and that's this book, which is coming out now in color, it's a textbook, Globalizing Eastern Europe, and I wrote a chapter on Eastern Europe's contribution to modern international law. What we see is that specifically within the case of neighboring military occupation, the future of international law is being written in Eastern Europe, but not only by Russia actually, but by two empires turned nation states going back to empires, which is Russia and Turkey. Those are the only two countries today which are increasing neighboring military occupations when pretty much everybody else in the world, especially in Africa, are reducing them. The story begins, of course, with Georg Kohn, who wrote what we call the non-recognition principle. Territories which shall be taken by force shall not be recognized as transferring sovereignty in 1922. Carl Schmitt, very interestingly, already in 1925, so that's before he became a Nazi. As you know, he became the Cornelist of the Nazis, but this is long before. And as a native of the Rhineland, he says something very interesting. He said, modern imperialism has developed new methods of domination and exploitation, mandates, protectorates, lease and intervention treaties, and military occupations that avoid open political annexation. Avoid, right? Why? Transferring these methods to European peoples of culture would be no less injustice than direct oppression by the way of political annexation. So for Carl Schmitt, it was better to annex a territory, at least it's open and clear, right? The elephant in the room, rather than to try and hide it. Hans Weber, who was the head of the Institut International in 1928 of the Briand-Kellogg Pact, which illegalized the war of aggression, thought that the moment we had ceased to consider war as a legitimate means of national policies, we had struck a moral blow upon the entire institution of territorial annexation. Little did he know that 3 years after he wrote that, Manchuria would come. And 5 years after that, Italy and Ethiopia. I remind people in the room that the League of Nations did transfer the title of Ethiopia to Italy. I can carry on the list of the Sudetenland and Italy and Albania, but I will save you the time. The point which becomes really important over here, and we're going to get back to Dugin in a second, is Völkerrechtliche Großraumordnung. Carl Schmitt frames the debate about states, big states / empires, which are entitled to partition the world amongst themselves, and the plenipotentiary in Denmark who tries to kill Georg Kohn for his non-recognition of a man called Werner Best, says, in the Volksordnung, the stronger people forcefully coerce and impose their will over and upon the weaker people. Carl Schmitt, by the way, after the war in the Nomos of the Earth, I think it is important to say, war he still maintained even after World War II. Right? And all the atrocities of World War II, and that he was in Nuremberg and whatever, is not only possible, but even often necessary to recognize wars and feuds and so on and so forth as a means of effecting change. It's okay. Good. The end of World War II, Georg Kohn comes back, writes the Fourth Geneva Convention for Civilians. I think it is a historical irony, and probably Hegel would, you know, the usual Hegelian of history has a dark, sarcastic sense of humor. Georg Kohn single-handedly wrote what you know today as Article 49, Paragraph 6, which is, the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its civilian population into the territory it occupies. I think it's very interesting that an Orthodox Danish Jewish rabbi wrote that in 1949. Consider the fact that the longest continuing occupation is the West Bank. I don't want you to lose hope. So these are concluded neighboring military occupations since World War II. And as you'll see, we think neighboring military occupation, once it starts, it never ends. But actually it does. This is the list of cases. And it's rather interesting that it ends because it needs to tell you something about history. There's no determinism in history, we know that. So there you go. This is just before the final slide, but this is where we're going in the future. Now, I wrote the chapter on Turkey, the one that you saw there in 2022. I had no idea that in 2024, the Sunni rebels would take Damascus, and in fact, this map, which was a theory in 2016, is true. Halab, not Mosul and Kirkuk, but Halab, up until Damascus, for people who are not completely sure, as of today, if you go to buy tomatoes in Damascus, you're paying with Turkish lira, lest you haven't noticed. And the Turks have officially said that they're not leaving northern Syria, which is the newest. You have all of the new ongoing neighboring military occupations in the map over here in green. Notice that all of them around the world, while they've been swept away in Southeast Asia and swept away in Africa, in my previous slide, they are concentrated only between Russia and Turkey, as the two states of former empires turned nation states who are as if reclaiming lands that belong to them as empires, with one caveat. The caveat is that when they were empires, and especially the classical case is the Sanjak of Alexandretta, near Syria. If you know the story from the 1930s, the two areas most contested during the League of Nations, which took the highest amount of the council, is not Danzig and not Trieste. It was the Walayat of Mosul and the Sanjak of Alexandretta. I think it's very interesting. Point I'm trying to make, the history of where the irreversibility of neighboring military occupation, which will eventually become conquest and annexation, assuming Mr. Trump will get his way on Crimea, that chapter for world affairs is going to be written here, in this neck of the woods, be it Syria, Turkey chopping off a part of northern Syria, or Russia chopping off a part of Ukraine for, and then that being legalized post-eventum, sanctioning the atrocity with a stempel of the international community. I remind everybody that the forced population exchange of 1923 between Greece and Turkey of the expulsion of 2 million people was signed off by the League of Nations and created the High Commissioner for Refugees. Right? The international community has a tendency to make the pig kosher. I'm sorry to say that, I'm an Orthodox Jew, so I think in these terms. Last but not least, if you think Carl Schmitt is forgotten, this is Dugin. Dugin has been reading Carl Schmitt. Very clear. So, back from the grave, and the same question that we had in the 1930s, whether occupation is temporary or permanent, whether it is a manner to avoid conquest, which is the long durée of human history, or whether it's just a surrogate to conquest with a different name. I leave that question open, but I'm telling you that the locus mundis, where that question shall be determined, is somewhere between Israel's northern border and Russia's southern border towards Ukraine. Somewhere in that region in the world, not in Southeast Asia, not, for example, very interestingly, the only area in the world that never had an occupation is, of course, Latin America, because of the Organization of American States in 1933, the Montevideo Conference. So I think, and Africa also reducing all of them, Western Sahara while being legalized. It will be written here. I don't know what the answer is, it's open, but it will be written here in terms of geography. Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent reminder of the broader context, legal and international, or rather global context of our conference. Maybe I would like to make just one comment, broadening historical context. The issue of acknowledging foreign occupation was started not only in the 20th century, but by legal representatives of Jagiellonian University on the Council of Constance in the beginning of 15th century, when they formulated the idea of not acknowledging such occupation vis-à-vis papal and imperial power. But this is only half joke. I don't want to
but there is another connection to this part, which is the elimination of duress, the usage of duress in international law, which comes only after World War II, is also part of this mafia neck of the woods. It was Manfred Lachs.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Manfred Lachs was the guy actually brought it through to the international law.
Thank you so much. So as we see, we already began a discussion. I would like to ask if there are any questions to our distinguished presenters. So Professor Mark Basin, specialist in Carl Schmitt, among other specialities of Mark Basin. Yes, could you pass the mic?
Okay, thanks. Well, you guessed it, Andrzej. I do want to ask about Schmitt. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. This is a subject I'm very involved in, too. I mean, you were very brief, really, with Schmitt and Russia, and Dugin, you mentioned at the end. I just would like you to specify, if you could, a little bit more in what ways you think Dugin is relevant for Russia today. And the distinction I have, which is a distinction that comes up a lot in the Schmitt revival, and you can't quite put your finger. Is Schmitt relevant because he described something that we now witness and we can use his terms to kind of conceptualize it? Or is he significant because he put a model forth that is somehow compelling for the people that we're looking at? So Dugin, for example. So which of those two, if you get the sense, but this is just something that comes up in the revival now of Schmitt. So if you could talk about that, thank you.
Carl Schmitt. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Carl Schmitt is what I call the Dark Lord of international law, in the sense that, you can't live with him, you can't live without him because he was a genius. I mean, think of someone like, Kozelek, Begriffsgeschichte. A lot of that encyclopedia that was conversation with Carl Schmitt. The point here is that Schmitt had a tendency to expose the hypocrisy of the international community. And none more than Weber, who was the secretary Weber was the editor of something which is called the Friedensfahrt, which was a very famous journal for many, many years in Zurich. And time and again, Weber had to quote Schmitt and say, I got it wrong. He wrote the commentary for the Carnegie Endowment on the Brown-Kellogg Pact, and then years later, for international lawyers, the sort of Nobel Prize of International Lawyers is giving the summer course of the Academy of International Law at The Hague. We call it the Recueil des Cours, which is it's a long 100-year book series. Schmitt, the reason we look at Schmitt is because he exposes all our hypocrisies of where we are inconsistent in international law, where we have a double standard in international law, which then completely torpedoes the whole project of international law. In the case of military occupation, Schmitt was the first one to notice that everybody is using this term in order to continue their desire for conquest. It could have been Poincaré in France, in the Rhineland, who said, we're not going to start counting, because the Rhineland was 15 years. We're not going to start counting when the 15 years start. It's going to continue forever. He said it very clear. Stresemann, okay, but he said it clear. Same thing goes for Israel. Territories, not the territories. Look at UN Security Council 242, famously, and that can continue on forever. You don't actually need to formally annex the West Bank. You can just carry on building settlements, and Carl Schmitt understood this. This is why his revival is true. When he was saying it, he was sort of, the black sheep of the family because of the Nazis and so on, and other issues within Germany, the Kells and him, a disagreement on emergency powers and so on. But in the case of international law, he was not wrong. And I think the reason we're coming back to him is because we're reading him again 100 years later, after that 1925. Dugin is also reading him, because Dugin doesn't want military occupation, he wants annexation. He wants territorial title. Israel wants territorial title, but it knows it can't get it. This is where Schmidt is right? And that's why we can't vomit him and you can't swallow him, in that sense, I'd say.
Okay, are there other questions? Yes, please. Yes, please.
I mean, Schmidt aside, my question is,
if you could speak to the microphone, because
the situation in Syria. Do you envisage any kind of Syria is becoming a neighborhood frontier between two expansionist powers, Israel and Turkey?
I don't think Israel has any. Israel has been very clear. Israel has taken already something. For people who don't know the map, Israel has taken the Hermon, which is the high mountain in terms of, and it has in fact sort of incorporated the Druze villages, which are going to be slaughtered by the Assad regime. Frankly, I must tell you that I'm very happy Israel did that. Because the Druze, in the case of Israel, have been serving in the Israeli army from 1948, shedding blood with Israelis. And I think it's very interesting in that sense that the chief of staff of the Israeli army, when he was asked, why are you invading these Druze villages? He said to a reporter in Israel from Haaretz, which is a left-wing newspaper, he said, you wouldn't have asked me this question if 6 Jewish villages were going to be slaughtered by the jihadists who are coming from Damascus. But you're asking because they're Druze? So I don't think Israel has much claim in that area. I do think Turkey has. And Turkey has pretty much already taken what I showed you that map. So Haleb, Aleppo, is Turkish. Ifrin, that whole area is Turkish. I think I'm less worried about Syria and even Turkey than I'm worried about Eastern Europe. Because I think the Russian element within that way of thinking, and it's not only Ukraine, it's Ossetia, it's Abkhazia. You're going to go back to issues in Dagestan and in Ingushetia and so on. I remind you, Chechnya, what happened in the war there. If we cannot, as an international community, go back, and we're not going back, and this is the whole point. The whole point is Putin opened that door. Since he opened that door, Trump has been talking about Greenland. I remind you that China, after losing, has revoked the arbitration of the South China Sea arbitration. They claim the South China Sea, very clearly. Once you've let that genie out of the box, everybody else in the world is going to behave the same way. And that's the 1930s. Putin, if anything, he took a very special case, which is this, the presentations before me on the speciality of the Russian-Ukrainian issue within the Russian mindset and Sonderweg and so on and so forth. The only problem is that that has then ripple effects which go global, beyond this specific case. And so therefore, the litmus test, which begins in Eastern Europe, then is like a firestorm across the entire forest, I would say. That's the real worry.
I was just referring to the Golden Heights. Okay, well, you haven't addressed that one.
One thing don't forget. Donetsk and Luhansk have 2-3 million people. The Golan Heights is just a territory. There are no Syrians being, right? There's a fundamental difference if you're fighting. No one said. The Fourth Geneva Convention is a people-oriented convention. If you're fighting only about the territory, that's less worse. The reason we are so painful about Palestinians is because you have 4 million people occupied for 65, 60 years now. The Golan doesn't have Syrians. It's a fundamental difference that you need to incorporate. It's not only about the territory. It's first and foremost about the suffering of the people.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, the next question.
You've mentioned that you don't think that Israel has, let's say, ambitions of annexation of some Syrian territory. I do not have doubts that Russia is expansionist, Turkey is expansionist. The People's Republic of China also wants to annex Taiwan. And I think it depends on the particular Israeli politician, because once I've seen on YouTube channel a short lecture of Bezalel Smotrich. Some were here, and at this thing, there was a map of Greater Israel, and these borders were totally different. To the west, it was even not only Sinai Peninsula, but also territory east of Nile River. Yes, to the north on this map was territory of Syria to the Euphrates River and even Hittite province. So, wow, this guy is very ambitious, I think.
If we do have an annexation question in there, it's going to be the annexation of the West Bank, right? And by the way, I was a UN diplomat for a decade before I became an academic. The 17th of June, which is I think next week, the UN New York, the assembly is opening on 12th, and France and Saudi Arabia and the UK are sort of wanting to recognize Palestine, which I hope they will. I do think that when we think of annexationist mentality is the first annexation, if it happens over there, it's not. The Golan, by the way, has already been annexed by Israel in 1982, never not recognized. I think the main issue of annexation is going to be the West Bank, perhaps Gaza. At least that's what the settlers have been saying. I have my doubts, but I don't have my doubts on the West Bank. But the question, rather than having this discussion about Israel, I think the importance of this conference, and I've been taking so much notes, going back to the first presentation from 1550 and so on the Khanats of Astrakhan and Kazan and how that worked. Point, I think, is that a lot of things, certainly in my field of international law, all of the treaties that you know were written by Eastern European, a lot of them Jews from Lemberg, Genocide Convention, Fourth Geneva Convention, Universal Bill of Rights, which is Lauterpacht, I can carry on the list, Refugee Convention. The point here is that this region is almost always the denominator of what will come. That's my point. And I think that what you're seeing in Israel or in Syria or China and so on is the what will come. But what this means is that you have to first really delve into the phenomenology of how this works in the first instance, which is this region. That would be my answer.
Sorry for interrupting this series of questions. I will go back to it. Now I want to use my imperial position to start a series of questions addressed to other also panelists. Let me give three short questions. One to Professor Davile Budrytė, who presented us Russia's war against Ukraine as a war over mnemonic decolonization. This particular formula suggested that it is Russia decolonizing Lithuanian or Ukrainian or the countries of the former Soviet Union memory. Of course, you concentrated on the opposite side, on the question of Lithuanian memory being decolonized as a result of Russian aggression against Ukraine from post-Soviet, I would say, concept of memory. But nevertheless, I am curious whether you have any material or thought about exactly that pattern on the Russian Putin side, how Russia imagines its decolonizing or liberating effort to decolonize Ukrainians or Lithuanians from, let's say, Polish imperialism or Austrian imperialism, as Professor Kasjanov mentioned, or contemporary EU imperialism that is expressed in the categories you used in your presentation, or we are using in our conference. These categories are seen from Russian propaganda perspective as colonizing Eastern European minds with some Western European liberal leftist categories. So this is the mirror, I would say, perspective which I would be very curious whether you studied this, how Russia is presenting its own its own aggression as a decolonizing, liberating Russia, of course, always only liberate neighbors. The Greek words eleftheria is always used in Russian translation on the occasion of any Russian aggression. So that is something which I would like to ask about. As regards Dr. Jakub Matevosyan, very interesting presentation. I'm curious why you somehow dismissed the only important difference between two slides you presented between Canadian group and German group. This was a shocking difference in assessment of Stalin's role in the World War II. In the German case, it was 1%. In Canadian case, 13 to 14% of the group responded that this was the most important element of World War II. So this is something to be reflected upon, I think. What is the reason? I simply don't know, but what is the reason why Canadian Russian-speaking population values so much Stalin, unlike German Russian-speaking? That is interesting for me. And you put the question about Auschwitz memory. And this is exactly a clashing point between, I would say, some part of Eastern European historical memories that were very, I would say, interestingly presented by Professor Davide Budrytė, in which it is not only Auschwitz, but it is also Gulag, which is the trauma symbol, so to speak, or the victim symbol. And the clash of these memories exactly started the presence of Eastern European countries in the EU. Professor Sandra Kalniete, as Commissar of Culture in 2005, opening Leipzig Book Fair, mentioned Gulag as equivalent of Auschwitz, creating a great scandal throughout the EU memory community, which simply decried that as a kind of heresy against European memory. So that's why I'm asking why you have not posed the question about Gulag memory to your respondents. That's my question. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Gilad Ben-Nun for mentioning fascinating correspondence between Carl Schmitt and Kozelek. I wrote a whole big article about this because it's really fascinating, and it shows exactly the traits that made Schmitt so interesting, even though so abject a person of studies. Thank you. And please, if you could somehow try to answer. Maybe Professor Davide Budrytė, if you like.
All right. Thank you so much for this very interesting question. And I have to admit that I definitely need to do more digging and research on this topic. And your question raises an interesting distinction between mnemonic decolonization as practice that we're seeing in the Baltic states, and also the use of the term decolonization. Which is clearly very popular, for example, in Ukraine, not so popular in the Baltic states. But regarding Russia's use of a decolonization discourse and perhaps creating myths about decolonization, I would like to say it definitely is in the context of Russo-Ukrainian War. What I studied was in relation to the Global South. And myself, 2023, I happened to attend a conference in South Africa, and there was a very interesting discussion about Russia being a successor to the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union being this decolonizing agent in the Global South. So that was one way that it was so different to see Russia as an aggressor in the Global South, in this case, South Africa, because they did see Soviet Union as a decolonizer, and they saw Russia as somehow standing up to this Western imperialism or NATO, right? This discourse that's very much perpetuated by scholars like Mersheim, right? NATO as imperialist power, and then Russia kind of resisting this imperialist power. So I do consider it a myth. I do not consider it to be a legitimate discourse about NATO being an imperialist power, of course. But to cut a long story short, I think the question definitely raises food for thought about uses and misuses of the term decolonization.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Dr. Matevosyan would like to comment somehow on my maybe two different. If you take the mic.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much for the question and also very careful observation. So I missed that part carefully, but the thing could be explained in two aspects. The first one is who was involved in the sample, the people that we asked in Germany and also who was involved in Canada. And in Germany, we have different migration background people within Russian background communities. In Germany, particularly, we have Russian Germans who were socialized in Russia, then moved to Germany, and then we have also Jewish contingent refugees. So that explains a little bit non-affiliation to or not acceptance, of Stalin's image or Stalin in general. But in Canada, we have mostly ethnic Russians. So that explains a little bit. And regression analysis also confirms this kind of things. When somebody is ethnically Russian and migrated to diasporic spaces, they relate more with Russia. And also it is reflected in another model where we asked about in which language they consume news. So if those consuming news in Russia, in Canada, they're more affected to accept Stalin. So I think there are a lot of correlations with that regard. But of course, Canadian multiculturalism context also allows different interpretations of history. There is no sanitized view or one particular view accepted or propagated by governmental agencies. That this is a history. So I think that explanation would be contextual one, which is related to multiculturalism. The other question about why didn't we ask Gulag, it was an online survey, so we conducted online surveys in all 3 countries, and we could not involve too many knowledge check questions. But what we did, I didn't also include the 3rd knowledge check question. For instance, we asked how many Jews were killed during the Holocaust. So we were limited to ask only 2 knowledge questions. But what we did, we also did another experiment in the survey. So to say, we exposed different historical narratives to people and we asked political questions and understanding. For instance, one of the historical questions was about Holocaust. The other question was about Ukraine. The other question was about Russia. So positive image of Russia, negative image of Russia, and how they impact on particular questions. So I think that explains why we limited ourselves just to ask a question on Auschwitz. And the article on experimental parts will come out, so I can circulate to that regard. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are, of course, closing to the end of our first day of conference, but still there was at least one person with a question, so please ask this question. If there are any more questions. Yes, the second one by Professor Kasyanov. So maybe we take these 2 questions and then answers. Okay, please.
Thank you very much. I have a question to the professor who joined online, Udita. Thank you very much for your patience. It's about the freedom fighters who kept fighting after World War II. You mentioned those existed in Lithuania. There were also a group of people who existed in Poland and in Ukraine. And they are commonly referred to in, let's say, Soviet and maybe Putin's propaganda as criminals. And there were certain instances of people in those groups who became, because they were brutalized by war, they became criminals. But the majority of them would be considered by the national populations of those countries, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Poland, as freedom fighters. Is there any kind of cooperation, collaboration taking place on the issue of the memorialization of those freedom fighters between Lithuania, Ukraine, and Poland? And if so, who is taking the lead on that?
Maybe we will wait for the last question of Professor Kasyanov, and then there will be answers.
No,
Okay, so please make this comment.
Thank you. So it's commenced
to your question to
Yeah.
Professor Budryta about Russian side. So that in 2008 or 2009, I don't remember exactly, there were two manuals for teachers in Russia published, authored by Filipov and Danilov. And one of them was about Central Asia, and one about Baltic states. And these two manuals for teachers were exactly in the spirit of civilizational role of Russia in these regions. So if you would look for the colonial paradigm from Russian side, so you probably should go there to Danilov and Filipov manuals, which are in turn definitely goes online with tradition which comes from Soviet times, when Russia was presented as a savior of certain regions either from the West, for instance, from Teutonic Order or whatever, or from, like in Armenian and Georgian cases, from Turks. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to give the floor for the last time to Professor Budryta. Just my comment, even shorter way to understand this is this infamous poem by Josip Brodsky, about Ukrainian independence, who simply said to Ukrainians what Poles and Germans would do to you, how they would colonize you again if you cut ties with your motherland, that is with Russia. So thank you, if you could answer Professor Budryta.
Yeah. Thank you so much for all of the comments and questions, and to Professor Kasyanov for this very insightful comment as well. As far as I know, yes, there is cooperation between Ukraine, Lithuania, and Poland, and primarily it's between memory institutes of these countries. And I myself attended exhibition in which the fights of resistance, Ukrainian resistance fighters, were presented very uncritically, I should add, in Lithuanian museum, which was known as a Museum of Genocide Victims, very much focusing on the Soviet crimes. So this unity that we saw in between Lithuania and Ukraine, especially as the war of 2022 broke out, definitely also created impulses for investigation of this, what we call partisan history, right? So definitely there was cooperation between historians in this respect. So needless to say, this could be future research could be done exactly on these instances. But as I said myself, I remember the exhibit, and basically the idea was, look, they also had these fighters, freedom fighters, that fought the same fight as the Lithuanian freedom fighters. So this very much helped to establish this vicarious identity between Lithuania and Ukraine that we saw, especially after 2022.
Thank you so much, and thank you everybody taking part as a presenter today, and thank you all, for your patience and curiosity, and thank you for the organizers for this wonderful first day of the conference. Thank you, and see you in the dinner and tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Dear conference speakers, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Professor Trebs, Professor Novak, for moderation. We have half an hour to get to the city center. A guide there will take us to our historical tour, old town center. But before we will leave, let me ask you to take a group photo. So please join me here at the auditorium. We'll take group photo of all participants, and then we will go to the historical tour. Please, everyone, if you could join us here next auditorium.